Sometimes I accidentally don't enable it. Hello everybody, can you hear me? Welcome, y'all. Alright, we're in the pre-show. Who's hiding? I don't think they're hiding. What? Wait for my turbos to fill up the chat so I know where to arrange them, chat-wise. Keep going, guys. That's a happy Hughes.
I'm not mic'd.
Okay, I have to make the chat smaller. Yeah, Becky's not mic'd.
Oh.
Oh yeah, I need you to... There. That's fine. Keep going. Turbos. There we go. I think that's the size.
Yeah, it looks big, eh?
Oh my god, it's still filling. Keep going. I don't think we're at the bottom line yet. Keep filling turbos. There we go. Thank you, Alpha. Good job. That's very good. Alpha knows what it's all about.
Alpha did it better than I do.
Alpha went and got some copy pasta.
Thank you, quiet.
All right, there we go. I'll let everybody get a little bit of a chance to tune in before we start. I'll take over him if you want to grab me some water back.
Okay.
I just would like a drink. Welcome, welcome. Somebody in the Salazar in the shadow chat says, are you familiar with Snowlands? Yes. Snowlands have, I don't know if they've changed a lot, but Snowlands have been around for a long time. I've played against a bit of Kaldheim cards in my ladder, the standard ladder, using the pre-built decks. I've seen some Kaldheim cards, so I do know a little bit about them. I know that there's a lot of equipment in Kaldheim. There is Snowlands synergies in this set, but you need to draft the Snowlands too. Oh, you're not allowed to have them for free? Well, that makes the set very hard to draft, isn't it? If you have to draft the Snowlands themselves. Yikes. And I'm gonna assume you can't be wishy-washy about it. You either commit to drafting the Snowlands or you don't. Are Snowlands in this set like a must pick? Are the synergies so good that you must, like, even over removal? Or is it just a nice to have, like the fetch lands in the Drafting a snow deck is very skill intensive, yes. So maybe I'll just ignore it. Like, I'd rather not complicate things. Like, there are many decks that won't use snow. The ones that do really want it. So you have to hope that the bots aren't taking it. I wonder what it's like in quick draft. I wonder if the bots value the snowlands, or if they consider, they must have built something in that make the bots value snowlands, right? Because I could see the bots if it was just like, who knows what their AI is like.
I'm not staying today. I will be in the chat though.
Becky's gonna be in the chat today. She's gonna be hanging out with you guys. Becky's the admin of this business, and there's some admin to do.
Yeah. For serious.
She has to catch up with some Patreon and some other things.
No class for once, yeah.
Yeah, she's using her. Wait, is today a class day? Today's Saturday.
Yesterday was,
Ah, yeah.
And I canceled it for the Game Awards.
For the Game Awards, she canceled her class. I'm very lucky to have Becky to handle that side of the business, because if not, I'd probably be in jail. I got bills where if I don't pay them, I go to jail. Snow truckers.
God. Thank you, coworker.
If you ever hear us say that quote, it comes from, I don't know what the show's called, Snow Truckers?
I think so.
Is it called Snow
I
Truckers?
think so, yeah.
We were with the boys once, and it may have actually been at a PAX in the hotel room just watching random TV, and like that show came on, and there's this dude who's just like, I got bills where if I don't pay them, I go to jail. And we fucking busted up. Like, what?
We quoted
Ice
a
Road
lot.
Truckers.
Ice Road Truckers.
So fucking funny. The very concept just made me laugh my ass off. All right, guys.
Okay, I'm gonna go.
I think we're ready to start. I'm sure everybody knew this show was coming, so I imagine people are pretty much ready to be here.
You be good.
Becky's gonna leave. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the beginning of a new draft time. I have just started to learn Innistrad. I think Innistrad is a set of 3, isn't it? And I was just playing what is essentially the booster set, wasn't I? So that was a relatively small set. What I'm looking at here, that Magic just switched to, is Kaldheim a core set? Or they're not called core sets, are they? The core set is the set that has a number associated with it. What do they call it when it's not a booster? Anyways, is this a primary set? Oh, every set now is the same size. You don't draft multiple different packs anymore. Oh, so that's changed. In my day, there used to be a part of focusing on draft. Oh, that's good. In my day, there used to be when a new expansion came out, you had like one that had like 320 cards, or I think, and then you had booster sets that came out later. They might not even been called booster sets. They were anyways. They came on. They were supplementary sets, usually 2, afterwards that were like 140 cards each that added on to that set. But you're telling me that every set is a full-blown set now? Interesting. Okay. So today we're jumping into Kaldheim, and people tell me that this is difficult because of the Snowland synergies. Not because it's hard to play the Snowland synergies, but because if you want to do a Snowland deck, you gotta make sure you draft the Snowlands, which can make drafting quite difficult. Like here we have a Snowland, which, are all the Snowlands dual lands? That makes things a bit easier. But let's start by just talking about the cards. I just got a Mythic. A mythic planeswalker. This might determine what I'm drafting to start with. When Nico Eris enters the battlefield, create X shard tokens. Up to one target, add one counter. Up to one target creature you control can't be blocked this turn. Whenever that creature deals damage this turn, return it to its owner's hand. Why would that be a good thing? There must be creatures that excel at being sent back to the... Anyways, it creates shard tokens, which I don't even know what they are. Sacrifice this enchantment. It's a token enchantment. Token enchantment. Scry one, then... So it's just it's an enchantment, just sort of sits... Okay. Scry one, then draw a card. That's deck fixing. I like those types of cards. Oh, I thought this was okay. Oh, she uses shards to use abilities. I'm not sure this is a she. I just noticed the goatee. Nico Eris deals 2 damage to target tapped creature for each card you've drawn this turn. Okay, that could stack and be good. Create a shard token. Is this a good planeswalker? It's hard for me to gauge this. None of those abilities jump out at me as amazing. Anyways, let's look at the other cards. Flying Death Touch Haste. Ooh, it's kind of like a little bit more expensive than one of the old... Oh, but you can foretell it, which I do know what foretelling is. I've been playing that in the ladder. You can pay 2 mana and you can put it out there face down to your opponent, but you know what it is, and then later you can pay the foretell cost, so it's like an investment in the future. This is similar to one of the most famous old cards back in the day that was a 2/3 flying Death Touch lifelink, but it only cost 2 generic and 1 black mana. I forget its name, but it was also a vampire, I believe. Nico isn't good. No, Nico isn't good. Not great in this set. It doesn't, like, unless shards are incredible, I don't love this card because I don't understand shards that well, but that doesn't look incredible to me unless you're building some sort of extremely well-tailored deck around it, especially the whole deals 2 damage to a tapped creature for each card you've drawn. It's a blue-white. I don't like the casting cost either. Wait, what is the X? Oh, it creates X shard tokens when it comes in. That's a key there, I guess. That's key to maybe what this character does. Vampire Nighthawk, yes, that's what Vampire was. Nighthawk was a little bit broken. Every set Magic, I feel like Wizards tried to make a card or two that was clearly a little bit overpowered. And I think I read articles they wrote about how their design philosophy behind that. But they knew it when they made him, that he had more value than he deserved. And I found that intriguing, that they knew that and they put him into the set. But I remember if you got a Vampire Nighthawk in your opening hand, holy crap, what set was that? Anyways, that was one of the last sets I ever played before I stopped playing Magic. Anywho, Vengeful Reaper does impress me a little bit. Elven Bow, artifact, equipment. When Elven Bow enters the battlefield, you may pay 2. If you do, create a 1/1 green elf warrior token and attach Elven Bow to it. Equipped creature gets +1/+2 and has reach. Cool. Doesn't make it a pinger that also discards its health and power to be used later by somebody else potentially. That's not a bad card. What? Oh, I've played one of these in ladder as well when I was using my pre-constructed decks in ladder to just grind out gold. Arnie Slays the Troll. This is a saga enchantment. As this saga enters, and after your draw step, so every draw step, after every draw step you add a counter. Also, you add a counter the moment it comes out. And it initiates the first thing. Target creature you control fights up to 1 target creature you don't control. So it's like pseudo green removal kind of, but it fights, so you might lose your creature. It was the original Zendikar. Zendikar was amazing. Anywho, now put another counter on. Add 1 red mana, put 2 +1/+1 counters on up to 1 target creature you control. So this initiates automatically, you have no choice. And then when the final thing initiates, I think this still stays on the table, but it doesn't do anything after that. Once the third stage, so the third turn after it's played, second turn is played, you get step 1. Next turn, you get step 2. 2 turns later, you get step 3. You gain life equal to the greatest power among creatures you control. It's kind of nice. It's a nice casting cost. The fact that it's a piece of removal kind of is a pretty good utility. So even if you get a good, if the step 1 works well, that's worth it basically. If you're able to play it in a situation that's advantageous to you. Bounding Gold, enchant permanent. Enchanted permanent can't attack, block, or crew vehicles. So vehicles are part of the set as well, eh? And its activated ability can't be activated unless they're mana abilities. So white removal here, a piece of white removal. Vigilance, foretell. So its foretell cost is 2 cheaper than its, so you can offset the 2 mana to a turn later and play this guy. 3/6 vigilance for 4 potentially on turn 4. Not amazing, but Disdain Stroke, counter target spell with mana value 4 or greater. Very specific. I don't like it. Not for limited anyway. Changeling, when Litjara Kinseekers enters, it's a shapeshifter, enters the battlefield, if you control 3 or more creatures that share a creature type, put +1/+1 counter on the Kinseekers and scry 1. So specific to making sure that, what does shapeshifter do? It's every creature type. A changeling is every creature type. So that will definitely make that ability easier to reach there if you control 3 creatures or more that share a creature type. So because this has every creature type, that is much easier to attain. Dread Rider, 6 mana, 3/7. Exile a creature from your graveyard. Target opponent loses 3 life. Interesting. It doesn't fly, despite what the art would almost make me think it does. Koma's Faithful, 3 mana, a 3/1 with lifelink. When it dies, each player mills 3 cards. I don't like that. It could bite me in the ass as much as my opponent. Milling can work in limited with the right set and the right combo of cards, but I have no idea what this set has, so I'm staying away from that. I don't want to play with fire. I mean, the body's not horrible for the price and the lifelink, but like, yeah, I don't want to be bit in the ass with milling myself or something. Hey, buddy. Of course, milling can put stuff in your graveyard, which with the right set can also be advantageous if you have stuff that benefits you for putting stuff in the graveyard. Priest of Haunted Edge, 2 mana for a 0/4. He's a zombie cleric. Why is his background art look... Oh, he's a snow creature, so snow creatures are a thing. So he's a black card, but he's also a snow creature. So in my memory of what snow lands do, it's basically the same as a land, but it has the additional aspect of being a snow land. That doesn't affect the mana it produces. It just affects other cards that refer to snow lands for their abilities. So it depends on what the interactions say on the cards. You can sacrifice this card by tapping it, meaning it can't do it the turn it comes out. So it's a slow ability. Target creature gets -X/-X until end of turn, where X is the number of snowlands you control. Activate only as a sorcery. So this is a very slow piece of removal. Quite slow, especially that it's black. Black tends to have faster removal than that. Not as fast as red on average, but faster than that. As an additional cost to cast this spell, sacrifice a creature, draw 2 cards. Okay. In the right deck, that could work if you have a deck that wants to be sacrificing creatures. Otherwise, you're giving up 2 cards to get 2 cards. So it's an instant, meaning that if a card of yours is about to die anyways, you could use this, which gets you a card back. But Cinderheart Giant, 7/6, trample. I think there's a lot of giants in this whole thing. In this whole set. Trample. When Cinderheart Giant dies, it deals 7 damage to a creature an opponent controls chosen at random. That's interesting. 7 mana. I don't mind big bodies like this for late game. Usually want maybe one of them, but I think this is a late pick. I think you'll see a lot of them. The reason is you'll see lots of them is because people can't run multiples. You can't run too many of these in your deck, so that's why it's not that it's a bad card that you'll see many late picks. It's just that people can't run too many of them is why you'll see many. Roots of Wisdom, mill 3 cards, then return a land card or elf card from your graveyard to your hand. If you can't, draw a card. Specific, very specific. And here's a snowland. So in the opinion of people who know this set really well, is the snowland worth taking in this particular opening pack in order to give me the ability? It's a dual land as well, black, white, or I think the strongest card is Bound in Gold. My second favorite card would be this Vengeful Reaper right here, with its haste, death touch, and flying, with a decent body and the ability to save up for him. Have him on turn 3 instead of 4. So Oscar Salazar, I see that you, in the chat, you want to be helpful, but if you're going to answer me, you almost always have to, just as a pro tip to being a chatter, you have to put the question in the answer, because of the lag, I'm not exactly sure. Sometimes I even forget my question, but I'm not sure what you're referring to when you say not in those colors. Are you saying that it's not worth taking the snowland in those colors? I'm just going to play it safe, I think, anyways. I like this card, too, because it is a piece of pseudo removal, but I don't know how much I want to play green and black. I think the safest pick is just straight-up removal. It's limited. Removal is king. What I don't like is that I'm passing a mythic in white at the same time as taking a white card, meaning that if the computer values this more than me, they are taking this and seeing that as a signal. They could also see a piece of white removal, and it seems that the AI drafters in my table do take what they've drafted in as into consideration when they keep drafting. Oh, Snowland's not useful in those colors, so I kind of just want to take the mythic for the fuck of it. Shards aren't bad, it doesn't look like to me. Drawing cards for 2. And the fact, basically this guy has a bunch of card draw built into him. It's expensive and slow, but it's a bunch of card draw, which is very valuable. And even if he gets killed the turn after he comes out, you still have those shards for yourself. You still get to keep those shards. So you get late game card draw, which is super valuable and limited. So I'm thinking of taking him just for that reason. He's card draw built in. It's kind of fun to play Planeswalkers. You don't get to do it often. So I'm going to take him just because it's fun. And he's blue-white. Who knows? Like, yeah, let's see.
We can all improve and create a better tomorrow.
So he also comes with some voice lines. That's fun, too. White-black. Another saga. This one says that the moment it comes out, it does on turn 1 and 2. It does the same thing. Choose a creature you control. Until your next turn, all damage that would be dealt to creatures you control is dealt to that creature instead. Pretty specific to what you're drafting. You have to draft a deck that works with that. Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield with a flying counter on it on the 3rd turn. So if it's an Angel Warrior in addition to its other types. I don't know if I know how to play that properly yet. Destroy target non-land permanent your opponent controls. Well, that's a powerful saga. That's powerful. Search your library for a forest card and put it on the battlefield tapped on the next turn. That's not as powerful ability. The first ability is super powerful. For 4 mana, any permanent, like, except for lands. Creatures you control gain death touch until end of turn. I feel like I might have to take that. Here's a white-red card. I wonder how easy it is to play multi. Binding is amazing, says Nathan. Nathan's here. What is binding? I don't see binding. I don't know what binding is. Binding is one of the best sagas. Oh, binding is the name. Yeah, it looks amazing. Cole the Forge Master. Whenever another non-token creature you control dies, if it was enchanted or equipped, return it to its owner's hand. Creature tokens you control that are enchanted or equipped get +1/+1. So you get back, anybody who was equipped had a piece of equipment on them, you get back into your hand, and in general, they all get buffs. It's pretty specific. It's great for like an equipment heavy deck, which I imagine is kind of a thing that happens in this set. This guy keeps drawing my attention. Fearless Pup, are you fucking kidding me? This is adorable. Fearless Pup, and his flavor text is "Awoo!" A 1/1 first strike that when he's attacking, he becomes a 3/1 if you're willing to pay 3 mana. That's adorable. I could read the rest of these cards, and I might glance over them, but it really looks like this is the card to take, because that seems incredibly powerful. The fact that it can take out any permanent, other than lands. We got a 1/2 flyer that if it pays snow mana can draw a card, then discard a card, so almost scrying. Almost. Boast. Return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. That's if it's attacking. Expensive to do that. Destroy target artifact or enchantment. So like that's nowhere near as good as Binding of the Old Gods. Another Snowland, red and green. Broken Wings, destroy target artifact, enchantment, or creature with flying specific. Yeah, it doesn't look like anything in here is as good as this, so I'm just gonna go ahead and take this. So now we're in white, we've got white, green, blue. We have black, green, blue, and white. So I don't know that we'll be using our Planeswalker, but we took them, whatever. We lost a piece of white removal for it. So if Binding of the Old Gods sends us into green-black anyways, maybe we would have only been splashing that piece of white removal we passed. But keep in mind, we passed a nice piece of white removal to our guy on our left. So we might be sending them into white. I've played against this on the ladder. It's a pretty sticky little guy for white weenies. Pretty impressive if you need bodies, especially to equip things on, if you're going into equipment. It's white though, and we're keeping an eye on now. Given Binding of the Old Gods is in our deck, I'm looking at green. And I like the looks of this. 3 green mana, 4/4 body, trample. When Old Growth Troll dies, if it was a creature, return it to the battlefield. Okay, when is it not a creature? It's an aura enchantment with enchant forest you control. And Enchanted Forest has, man, these cards are so convoluted the way they're written. And Enchanted Forest has add 2 mana and 1 generic. Tap, sacrifice this land, create a tapped 4/4 green troll warrior token with trample. Okay, so it comes out as a 4/4. Then when it dies, it's returned to the battlefield as an enchantment. And you can put it onto a forest. That forest then produces an extra 2 green mana and generic mana. So it produces an extra 3 mana. But at any time you can sacrifice that land and get this guy back again. But he's a token at that point, so he doesn't do that whole rigmarole twice. He does it once. He goes through the motions once. He's a 4/4. Then he's a land enchantment that produces a bunch of mana. Then he's a 4/4 again, and then he's gone forever. This looks like a really good limited card. It may even be a really good constructed card, but I love how sticky he is, and I love that he ramps up. I love how cheap he is for a 4/4 body if you're really committing to green. I think we're in green. This looks like a powerful as hell card. Am I missing something with him? You'd need to get 3 forests. Yeah. And I don't think that would be hard if I go hard into green, which it looks like I'm going to want to. Yeah, I disagree, Zaxide. I think it's pretty good for limited as well. It's not hard to go hard into one color in limited. Like, it's a little bit harder than in constructed, but I think I can go hard into green. Over here we have Rune of Mortality, enchant permanent. When Rune of Mortality enters the battlefield, draw a card. As long as the enchanted permanent is a creature, it has Death Touch. As long as the enchanted permanent is an equipment, it has equipped creature. So you can enchant equipment now. So it's a rune because it adds itself as a rune to a piece of equipment, or it can be just an enchantment. Add the rune to the creature itself, which is interesting. Otherwise, we have a generic 1/2 flyer with first strike. We have this guy, pretty good for white weenies. We're passing a lot of really good white stuff, it looks like. Not really good, but decent. So I feel like we may be sending people down the table into white. Behold the Multiverse, scry, then draw 2 cards. You can foretell it as well, so it only costs 2 later. Thought Thief. When Thought Thief enters the battlefield, look at the top card from the target player's library. You may put that card into the graveyard. It's alright for the body, for blue. Duskwielder, Boast. Target opponent loses 1 life, you can gain 1 life. Okay, we have a snowland down here, a blue snowland, basic snowland. Cavalry. Target creature gains haste until end of turn. I like this card, it's cute, but it's slow. I love the freaking goat. That's amazing. It's a dwarf on a goat that gives other creatures haste, but not this turn, next turn. Tormentor's Helm. Piece of equipment gives equipped creature +1/+1. Whenever equipped creature becomes blocked, it deals 1 damage. I think I'm pretty much happy to take... Ooh. A Grizzled Outrider. A 5/5. I'm just going to take this troll. I love him. I love what he looks like. It's a Johnny card, and I'm into it. So we got Binding the Old Gods, Old Growth Troll. Thing is that you have to remember too, even if it's three green mana, if this guy comes out on, if I'm dropping, if I have to wait till turn 5 to find 3 forests, if I have to wait till turn 6 to find 3 forests, he's still a good card. He's still a great card. So I'm taking him. He's sticky and he comes back, and getting the body to come back in limited, it has value. Here's another snowland, red and black. Snakeskin Veil. I acknowledge that I'm also speaking from somebody who doesn't know the set at all, but that's part of the fun of watching me draft this. I'm learning as I go. Whenever you cast a creature spell, if a snowland was spent in any of that spell's colors to cast it, that creature enters the battlefield with an additional +1/+1 counter. That's specific to getting snowlands. Gotta get snowlands to make this thing work. Is there any fetch lands in this set? I feel like they should have allowed you to just put snowlands, just like normal lands, into this to make drafting simpler. Put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. It gains hexproof until end of turn. You can save a creature last minute. Here's a black card. We do think we might be going into black. It gets +2/+2 until end of turn, but you have to spend snow mana to do it. Otherwise, it's just a flying card, 2/2 for 4 mana, which is pretty expensive. Provoke Trolls. Provoke Trolls deals 3 damage to any target. If a creature is dealt damage that way, it gains +5/+0 until end of turn. Oh, so you can kind of like bump your own already beefy creatures if you want. I'm thinking of going really hard into green right now, so I'm thinking of Boreal Outrider. I like the concept if I can get into snowlands. Otherwise, we got this Dread Rider, which is a 3/7. We've already seen it before. Exile and your opponent loses 3 life. That could be punch through damage, which is also nice in limited when the board gets gummed up. I'm gonna ignore white. We've passed too much good white, and we aren't gonna see any good white on the next, I think, the next rotation, so. I like this. Let's try to get some snow forests and snow swamps, maybe. Otherwise, it's a 3/2 for 3. Not horrible. Just as a generic card. Not great, but not horrible, so. Colossal Plow, a piece of equipment? No, it's a vehicle. I love the flavor of vehicles. 2 mana to bring out. Whenever it attacks. So the way vehicles work, the way I've gathered it, is they count as just a dead sitting there artifact until they've been piloted, until they've been crewed. Once you tap creatures, this one requires 6 creatures to crew it, so this might not be a good card for limited, because you need to have lots of token creatures, I think, or weenies. It looks like it's meant to be in a weenie deck. Whenever a Colossal Plow attacks, add 3 white mana, and you gain 3 life. Until end of turn, you don't lose this mana, so you get... Yeah, this isn't very great. I mean, so the thing is, so you tap 6 creatures, this gets to attack as a 6/3 creature. And when it dies, the creatures that crewed it don't die. So that's the benefit of it. You're sacrificing this thing like dies as its own. This is not a good one though. This is maybe amazing in a weenie deck, but I also assume that vehicles don't have summoning sickness because they're not a creature. Right? They're an artifact vehicle. So they get to, as long as you, this also in a way has haste if you had the 6 creatures to tap. Oh, there's also a 0/6 wait, what's going on? Not 6 creatures, a power of 6 or higher total. That's what crew 6 means? It's not 6 creatures? Okay. Okay, it's saying what crew is up there. Okay, that's a little bit more usable. The vehicle does have summoning sickness? That flavor doesn't work very well. Okay. Anyways, here's a green card. We're not even looking at white anyways. Skemfar Elder Hall enters the battlefield tapped. It's a land. Add 1 green mana or pay 2 black mana. It's also going into the color that we're going into, black and green. 2 black mana, 1 green mana, sacrifice this land, and then up to 1 target creature you don't control gets -2/-2 until end of turn. Also, create 2 green elf warrior creature tokens, activate only as a sorcery. This looks like a great card. I like it. It's removal. It's slow, but it's versatile. It's also a land, so it's doing something in your hand before you can cast it. It's not going to be a surprise to your opponent, but at least it's versatile. It does a lot of things. I like versatility in limited. Otherwise, we're looking at the zombie berserker when it's a grizzly bear, which means a 2/2 for 2 mana. When Death Knell Berserker dies, if its power was 3 or greater, create a 2/2 black zombie berserker creature token. So it comes back as a zombie if it had a piece of equipment. So it's specific to getting equipment in your deck. I'm looking at this other green card down here. Lots of green being passed. Target creature gets +4/+4 until end of turn. And it can be foretold. And then cast for 1 green mana. So 2 mana, and then later, on a later turn, cast for 1 green mana. Horizon Seeker, creature, human warrior. It's a 3/2 for 2. It's a 3-drop. When it attacks, you can pay 2 mana and search your library for a basic land card so it can ramp. Put it into your hand. Doesn't ramp, never mind. It goes into your hand, not onto the battlefield. Interesting. Glittering Frost, snow enchantment. Enchant land. Enchanted land is a snow land. That can help us with our Boreal Outrider and any other snow lands we might pick up. Whenever Enchanted Lands is tapped for mana, its controller adds, this is also ramp, it adds an additional color. It's ramp. Is this, I think this is probably worth it. Is this worth it in this set? It's really great. It seems like it to me because I like this card up here. It's versatile, but this potentially opens us up for a lot more potential combos and makes a lot more cards in the next packs more versatile and viable. Untouchable says I'd go with Elder Hall at this point. At this point? You mean on pick 5? Why? Like, you're already writing off Snowlands on pick 5 of the first pack? That seems like removal on the land. It is removal. It's slow though. And I want to keep my options open. I feel like I want the ability to get some benefit from Snowland cards, and I love that this does that, and that it's also ramp at the same time. I want to play with, it's a new set and it's a new mechanic. I haven't played with Snowlands in draft ever before. So I'm taking this with the hope that I can make some use of Snowland cards as I go. Maybe the removal is better, I'll acknowledge, but I want to kind of, I'm getting past a lot of green, tons of green. Here's another Snowland that you choose a color when it, oh, it's a dual land of, well, it's not a dual land, it's any color you want. All right, so we have to consider whether this, it doesn't look like the bots value Snowland super highly, so that's also something to think about. But anyways, this looks pretty good. That's beautiful art. But let's look at these other green cards. Masked Vandal, Changeling, so it's any creature type. It's all creature types. When Masked Vandal enters the battlefield, you may exile a creature card from your graveyard. If you do, exile target artifact or enchantment an opponent controls. So in a deck, in a set where equipment is big, this might be a big deal. King Herald's Revenge, sorcery. Until end of turn, 3 mana. Until end of turn, target creature gets +1/+1 for each creature you control and gains trample. It's a punch-through card. It must be blocked. It's also got lure built into it. So it's also sort of removal if you put it on a beefy enough guy. But it also puts all of the what comes next step into your opponent's hands, because they get to decide the blocks. Well, they don't. They have to block it. So they don't get to decide the blocks. But they, okay, yeah. I talked my way out of it, or into it. Elderleaf Mentor. When it enters the battlefield, create a 1/1 green elf warrior creature token. 3/2 for 4 mana. Comes with its own 1/1 next to him. Because he's a mentor. You can see who he's mentoring in the background of his art. So it's like a 4/3 for 4. I don't love it. I don't know how much I'm going to want lots of tokens. I'm going to keep on taking Snowlands. I'm going to ignore this. Fall of the Imposter. I'm going to take another Snowland, and do I want to keep passing all this green though? I mean, so much green has gone by, even though I've been taking it, that I feel like people down the table are going to go into green too. So I might not get much green coming this way, but we know on the third pack we might, based on what we're seeing here, see a lot of green. But I'm going to take this to continue to build out my possibility for Snowlands, and I like that this can be anything that opens up possibilities for more splash as we go. Snow-covered Swamp, which is what we're in. We are in black. Return the Tide. Return upon the Tide. Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. This is sorcery for 5 mana. If it's an elf, create 2 elf warrior tokens. We don't know how hard we're going to go into elves. It can be foretold, so it's a bit cheaper than it looks. Just 1 mana cheaper. Disdainful Stroke. I'm not going to look at blue anymore. Dread Rider. Exile a card from your graveyard, target opponent. We've seen this many times. It's coming around late. I'm just going to take the Snow-covered Swamp, I think, yet again, and start to feel pretty comfortable with going into Snowlands. Wait a minute. Rise of the Draugr. Choose 1. Return target creature from your graveyard to your hand, or return 2 target creature cards that share a creature type from your graveyard to your hand. It's kind of like card draw, pseudo card draw, card advantage. I'm just going to keep taking the snow stuff. I've been... Yes, I have binding. So that's why I'm going hard into green black. We got 1 piece of green here. And 1 piece of black. Both look very similar as creatures. They're both elves. No, one's a human, one's an elf. I'm gonna ship them. OTP. But which one's better? When it dies. So this one must be equipped in order for it to get its advantage, whereas this one can search for my swamp because it's still a basic land card. Shimmering Veil isn't, but this is. So this is also like a 3/2 for 2, and it could potentially go and get me some Snowlands that I need to make my deck viable, depending on what I draft going onward. Plains Swamp, we don't care. Village Rites. As an additional cost to cast a spell... Oh, we've seen this. Draw 2 cards. Sacrifice a creature, draw 2 cards. It's an instant. We saw this one too. It's an elf, which may help us tribe-wise, because we've got a couple elves already, I think. Or maybe we don't. Maybe we don't. Roots of Wisdom. Mill 3 cards, then return a land card or an elf card from your graveyard to your hand. If you can't draw a card. There's not a lot of great stuff in here. The 3/7 as a late game. Lifelink. I don't want to get my ass bit for milling cards. Sacrifice a creature, draw 2 cards. If it's so cheap to do that if you're gonna lose your creature anyways or something, but if you do it before combat damage is dealt, then you don't get the trade. But if it was gonna be a disadvantageous trade, you're basically just snapping. It's like card draw, a piece of card draw for 1 mana. If you were gonna lose the creature in a disadvantageous way anyways, and because it only costs 1 black, there's more potential for you to like throw it down when it needs to be thrown down. I could see this as a snow-covered swamp if I wanted to, that comes out tapped, which sucks, but at least I'm adding to my snow lands, so I might grab this. I don't love any of these cards, and again, first pack, I'm kind of liking the idea of building up my snowland potential strategy. We know we're going to black, so basically this is a shitty swamp, but at least it comes with snow. Hey, this guy made it around the table. Huh, interesting. Destroy target artifact or enchantment. How valuable is this Invoke the Divine in this set? Feels like it might be, to me. Depart the realm. Return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. No, we don't need any blue. What's this one? Enters the battlefield, each opponent discards a card. I'm thinking Invoke the Divine then, as just potential utility. You like Elderfang Disciple? It's a 1/1 that just gets a single discard. I mean, it is a discard. It's a body, and it is an elf. So, if tribes are a good thing in this, maybe I could see that then. Given that this doesn't come with anything else, and it's a 2-drop. Yeah, it's a 2-drop. So like, the thing is, it's a 2-drop, but it's a 1/1, so I don't count it as a 2-drop. It is a 2-drop, but it's like, to me, a body that comes out on turn 2, if it doesn't at least have 2 power, is not a 2-drop. It's an expensive 1-drop. It's a 1-drop that's too expensive. But it does come with that discard ability, so late game, you could end up like basically taking away a very valuable card out of their hand that they've been holding on to, like an answer, like a piece of removal. I'll take it, because I don't know about this and how powerful it'll be, and we're not going into white-red, we know that. But we can't disregard taking away artifacts, enchantments, or creatures with flying. That's much better than this, actually. This actually might be the better pick. Yeah, I'm gonna take this for its utility. I don't love this card. I like this one as just at least one piece of flying removal, plus it takes away artifacts and enchantments, and I think there's gonna be plenty that I want to take out. Here, out of this, we only have 1 black card to choose from. Boast, target opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. It's a 1-drop. It's not bad. It's not great. It's not even good, but it's not bad. It's okay. And it's an elf. And we're staying away from white. We're just sending everybody down the table into white, hopefully. So I'm just gonna go ahead and take my Planeswalker out of the deck. I'm gonna take the Snowlands out of there just to not confuse things, but we know that we have 3 Snowlands plus an enchantment that gives us snow, which I'm also taking out just so that I don't have to look at the curve. I only want to see creatures in my curve here. Taking away Broken Wings and taking away Binding the Old Gods, but that is a key card that has sent us into black-green, remember that? But here's our creature curve so far, spiking on 3. Snakeskin Veil, put a +1/+1 counter creature and gains hexproof. Another Broken Wings. And then, I don't think I'd run 2 Broken Wings, but I don't know that I would ever run this card. Is that it, like, and I don't have any cards, like, this card becomes more valuable if you have a bomb. If you have a bomb body, like something, like if I draft an amazing mythic creature that I really want to stick around on the table, that can win me the game, I want this. Because, like, you don't want to play this to save your Horizon Seeker, maybe, but you do want to play it if you end up picking up an incredible creature that if it stays on the table, the game is over. So I'll take that as a nice piece of utility, assuming that I draft into stuff that I absolutely want to keep on the table. We have a choice between these two basically in this pack, or this, which is white. No, I don't. We're not going into white. Why did I even consider that earlier? I was thinking I was in white again because of the Planeswalker. I'm just taking Broken Wings. I would almost never run 2, but I'm just taking it, signaling down the road that green is absolutely gone. How does this guy make it away around the table? He's too cute to be the 14th pick, motherfuckers. Holy shit. This is a punch-through card. Probably won't use it, but I'll consider things later. We'll see. Open the Omen Paths. Choose one. Add 2 mana of any color to your mana pool. Of any other color, spend this mana to cast creature enchantment spells. Creatures you control get +1. Ugh. Blech. Blech. Gross. Next pack. A white mythic. Okay. We keep on being sent white mythics. Alright, so God of Battle. 2 white mana, 4 to cast. He's a 4/4. Legendary creature. Creatures you control that are enchanted or equipped have double strike. At the beginning of each combat, you may attach aura or enchantment attached to a creature you control to a target creature you control. So, this guy allows you to shuffle up your equipment and enchantments. 1 per turn. You get to shuffle them, move them around anywhere you want. But he's a double-sided card, so I can play him as a 4/4 that lets me move around enchantments for free. Also, he can move anybody's auras or equipment if it's on a creature you control. So if your opponent has put a pacifism type card on one of your guys, you can move that to another creature that you don't care about. So that's something to consider too. Sword of Realms, 2 mana. Equipped creature gets +2/+0 and has vigilance. Whenever the equipped creature dies, it returns to your hand. That feels better than him. And it only costs 1 white, so it's splashable as well. I mean, hell, at this point, we could still potentially be splashing black. White will not come around to us much this pack, I don't think. But, anyways. Rootless You. 5 mana, 5/4. When it dies, search your library for a creature card with power and toughness of 6 or greater. Reveal it and put it in your hand. Then shuffle. So it can go get you a bomb, maybe. But only when it dies. This is slow. The body's... I would rather it have 5 toughness as well. Seville Ice Shaper. Create a colorless snow artifact token named Icy Manalith. You tap them for 3 to do this. And that token artifact adds this very slow ramp because it costs you 6 mana to get this artifact out there. But you can do it multiple times? That's interesting. This allows splashing a lot better. So does it produce snow mana? Since it's a snow artifact, it doesn't say that it's producing snow mana, but would it not count as snow mana? It does count as snow mana? Look at the top 4 cards of your library. You may cast a spell from among them without paying the mana cost. This costs 8 mana to do. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in any random order. That's way too expensive to be viable, I think, even late game. Here's a land that enters the battlefield tapped, and you can sacrifice it to create a token that's create a token of a copy of a target creature you control, except it enters the battlefield with an additional +1/+1 counter on it. No. Cleric. Alright, let's look at the other green cards. Snakeskin Veil again. Black cards. Demonic Gifts. It's an instant. At the end of turn, target creature gets +1. It comes back. It makes a sticky creature that gets more powerful. It might surprise them as pseudo removal in the middle of a battle, a skirmish. Death Knell Berserker. We've seen this many times. Way down. As an additional cast, spend this. Exile a creature from your graveyard. Target creature gets -3/-3 until end of turn. So it's a very cheap piece of slow removal. It's a sorcery, and it requires something to be in that. It's very conditional removal. I'm not loving that card. I feel like this is one of those things that I have bad luck with cards like this. They're always unusable for me. My pick would be Zvela, says somebody. This one? Versatile, but I also like this. But if we went with this, we would be looking at a Snowlandish type deck that ramps, and it's a 2/4, comes out on turn 3, which is awesome. If we have the right mana for it, it allows us to splash anything. So there's that. Ice Tunnel enters the battlefield type, so this is just another slow snow land. Raider's Carve. This is whenever it attacks, look at the top card of your library. If it's a land card, you may put it into the battlefield tap, crew 3, but it's a 4/4 to crew 3. So now that I understand crew, that's pretty cool, but it has summoning sickness. But anyways, you don't really have any white. This is true, we don't have white, but because it only costs 1 white for what I consider the best side of the card, but I do... Alright, let's do this. Let's go, we're continuing down the Snowland path. I'm going off your advice. The World Tree. So Yggdrasil. Yggdrasil. They just didn't say it in so many words. Or any words. The World Tree enters the battlefield tapped. Add 1 green mana. As long as you control 6 or more lands you control have, add 1 mana of any color. Interesting. It allows any type of late game splash you want. Then, for 10 mana, sacrifice the World Tree, search your library for any number of god cards, and put them into the battlefield. So basically, the World Tree calls on Ragnarok to begin. That's pretty cool flavor. I like it. It enters the battlefield tapped, but it is a forest. And then it can make mana of any color on turn 6 or later, potentially. Everything produces land of any color, which is pretty cool. That opens up our possibilities. That makes us almost be able to play anything late game. Bombs, splash in anything late game that we want, that we deem worthy. Changeling, Shapeshifter, exile a creature card from your graveyard, put 2 +1/+1 counters on target creature. Path to the World Tree. When Path to the World Tree enters the battlefield, search your library for a basic land card, reveal it, put it in your hand. Then, other things it can do, pay 7 mana, but you have to pay 5 of all the colors. Sacrifice Path to the World Tree, you gain 2 life, draw 2 cards. target opponent loses 2 life. Path of the World Tree deals 2 damage to up to 1 target creature, and you create a 2/2 bear. So it's basically land ramp. No, it's not. It puts it into your hand. It's mana fixing that sits out there as this late game potential game changer. I think this might table. And if we grabbed this, that makes this card very usable late game. So if we choose World Tree, we might get Path of the World Tree on pick 9 or 10. I don't know which. Demon Bolt, here's some nice removal. Skull Raid, Grim Dagger, 3 mana. Draugr, rather, gets +1/+0, gains Menace until end of turn. That might table as well. Glade Walker, Changeling. Alright, I'm gonna grab the World Tree because it's cool. It's a land. I think we might see Path of the World Tree table, and that would be really fun, I think. It might not be the most viable pick, I'm not sure, but it could be fun. Here's a thing that benefits for us for having Snowlands, which we have built out a pretty good strategy around, I think. Icehide Troll gets +2/+0 and gains Indestructible until end of turn. Then you tap it, which doesn't matter if it's attacking. It's basically a 4/3 attacker that's indestructible if you have the mana available to you. Other green cards, we're looking at green, black, and potentially red at this point, if we like this Ice Shaper. Still probably ignoring white. Pyre of the Heroes, though. Rare card, artifact, 2 generic, colorless. Sacrifice a creature, search your library for a creature card that shares a creature type with a sacrificed creature and has mana value of equal to 1 plus the creature's mana value. Why didn't they say the creature's mana value +1? Anyways, put that card into the battlefield, then shuffle. So, by sacrificing a creature for 2 mana, you get to search your library for a creature of equal value or greater than 1, potentially slightly bigger than the creature you sacrificed, and put it out there, back out there. And this gets to be done as many times as you want, because you're not sacrificing the pyre, which flavor-wise doesn't make a lot of sense. I would assume that, well, I guess the base of the pyre stays. The wood gets burned. How good is this? This seems pretty good. It's for standard. It seems cool. Like, I like that it goes and fetches new creatures, and it's not that expensive. And the ability triggers instantly, so it can be used after a battle, and you feel like you're gonna lose your creature. But anyways, let's look at the other stuff. Anyways, I'm leaning towards Icehide Troll regardless, because I do want to actually get the benefit of the Snowlands that we've been drafting anyways. We also have this Kennel Master, who is a 4/4 for 5 mana. When he enters the battlefield, up to 2 target creatures each get +1/+0 and gain Indestructible until end of turn. But your opponents know which ones are indestructible as you attack. Infernal Pet. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, put a +1/+1 counter on Infernal Pet. Oh, okay. And it gains flying until end of turn. I mean, I don't know how many instants I'm gonna have. Here's a snow creature. That permanent doesn't untap during. Okay. He taps something when he comes out. He's a 4/4 for 5, and he taps something when he comes out if you spent snow mana. And I'll counter target artifact or enchantment. What do you guys think is the most powerful here? Help me out, because I'm like, there's a lot to consider. I think it's the troll. But if we do end up going down the road to red, do we want the helm? I don't think so. The helm doesn't look great. You think the troll is good? Icehide Troll or the Burge Strider? Well, we haven't gone into blue. The only thing that's blue is this blue-white planeswalker we have here. Blue sends us into a third color, so I'm gonna send. I think the troll. We put, you know, we put picks into Snowlands. I want to benefit from it. Oh, I like the sound effect. I'm gonna put the world tree into my sideboard here just to keep me organized with my body curve. Peaking hard on 3. We want to avoid 3 drops at this point because the curve is really hard on 3 at this point. All right. And we've got a Dusk Wielder on 1. All right, which is conditional, so I'm taking the Dusk Wielder out. We only have 3 drops that are for sure plays at this point. Here's a green. It comes in tapped. Then you can pay white and green, sacrifice, put a +1/+1 on each of up to 2 target creatures you control. They gain Vigilance, Lifelink until end of turn. So use this as an instant as they're attacking, basically. Activate only as a sorcery. Oh, it didn't say up to 2 target tapped creatures. That's what I read. That's why I was confused. Up to 2 target creatures you control, not 2 target tapped creatures. I was like, how does that benefit me if they're already tapped? All right. Now I understand. Ravenous Lindworm enters the battlefield, you gain 4 life. Big body, not against that. Oh my god, I love this art. Wow, that is cool. Squash. Instant. 5 mana. This spell costs 3 less to cast if you control a giant, thus facilitating the squash. Squash deals 6 damage to target creature or planeswalker. Not bad. Oh, another Shimmering Veil, though. Fixing. Cool removal. Snakeskin Veil again. I don't like this because it costs white. Look at the top card of your library. If it's a snow card, you may reveal it, put it in your hand. I think it's either Squash or Shimmering Veil. Shimmerdrift Veil. It's a Snowland. I'm taking the Veil, thus continuing down the path of Snowlands and opening us up to more splash. And let's be honest, we've been all over the map. I've been all over the map, so it would potentially open us up to splashing in more of these cards later. It feels like this is a very splash heavy set. I feel like you're gonna see a lot of stuff. Like, it looks like, because the Snowlands, like, I haven't never seen a set with this many dual lands available during the draft. So it's not just that they're snow covered, it's just that Snowlands, I mean dual lands, are very available in this set. So splashing is much more viable, it seems to me. We've got a cool looking legendary Angel Cleric, a 2/4 flying lifelink. When you cast, cost 2 black, not as splashable. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, look at the top 3 cards of your library. So this ability won't get triggered hardly ever. But keeping in mind, a creature in Magic is a spell, which is a little confusing coming from Hearthstone. But put one of them into your hand and the rest in your graveyard. So I don't know. Maybe that ability would get used, but also kind of milling yourself. Glimpse the Cosmos. Look at the top 3 cards of your library. Put one of them in your hand, the rest of the bottom of your library. As long as you control a giant, you may cast Glimpse the Cosmos from your graveyard, paying blue rather than its mana cost. If you cast Glimpse the Cosmos in this way, put it in. Okay, interesting, but I don't care. This is a Demon Berserker 2-drop. We do need some 2-drops. When it enters the battlefield, you may discard a card if you do draw a card. Not horrible. Not horrible. Not even bad. And we do need 2-drops, so I'm thinking about that one. Craven Hulk can't block alone. 4/4 for 4, but it can't block alone. I don't know how aggressive. I feel like we're a late game deck, not an aggressive deck. Mammoth Growth, target creature +4/+4. You can foretell it. All right, help me out here, guys. What do you like out of this? And then here's this thing that, like, return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Recruiter or Craven Hulk are probably the best choices. This one, or the Craven Hulk. Really, Craven Hulk over... I just like the 2-drop part of this guy. 2-drops can be hard to get in Limited. Yeah, he's a giant coward, says I650 in the Shadow chat. What do you guys think of the Raider, though? Like, it just, like... Yeah, like, Oscar Salazar seems to agree. Like, I think that we need the 2-drop. 2-drops can get really hard to get late into the draft. It seems that everybody snatches them up because they need to fix their curve. I think we'll see more Craven Hulk, and I would even guess that he might table. Maybe not. Maybe not the last, because he'd be the last pick otherwise, but still, I think we'll see more of him. I think we'll see less of him as a 2-drop in late picks. Because remember, people can't pick too many 5-drops as well, so they tend not to draft too many of them, whereas everybody wants many 2-drops. Here's yet another Snowland, so keep that in mind, and it's white-red. Here's a big guy, a 4/4, enters the battlefield, up to 2 target creatures each get +1/+0 and gain indestructible until... This guy is 1 more mana than that last guy we gave up. That giant we gave up, but he has a bit more abilities. He has no downsides. He loses the downside and gains a slight upside. Shackles of Treachery, gain control of target creature until end of turn. Untap that creature until end of turn. It gains haste, and whenever it deals damage, destroy target equipment attached to it. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. So it essentially can destroy some equipment that you want to get rid of on a guy, and you temporarily get a rental creature out of it. Over here, 3 seasons, mill 3 cards. Ugh. Return 2 target. You can tell I've been burned by milling in the past. Return up to 2 target snow permanent cards from your graveyard to your hand. Choose 3 cards in the graveyard. Their owners shuffle those cards into their libraries. They don't like that card. This is a 4-drop. Priest of Haunted Edge. We've seen one of him earlier. Sacrifice him. Target creature gets -X/-. Where X is the number of snowlands you control. Activate only as a sorcery. He's a 0/4. So he's a blocker for 2 until his very slow removal process. He is a 2-drop, which our deck does look like it's going to go late game. He's black. We don't know how hard we're going to black right now, besides having Binding of the Old Gods in our deck, knowing that we want that. But Binding of the Old Gods is more of a mid to late game card. So we don't know how many swamps we're going to run. So I don't know that this guy's going to benefit us early game. We don't know that we're going into black. I think we're more likely to be going... I would rather this out of the black cards, because it gets used mid to late game when we can fix our mana. We need creatures in a big way. Yes, we have very few creatures for being all midway into the draft. I'm thinking this late game guy, I like him. Here's a black-red Snowland. I mean a black-green Snowland that could really help us. Here is another Glittering Frost. I don't want to run too many of these. It fixes and it ramps. Wait. An additional. So this is fix and ramp. So we could have a really strong late game. But we're going to need something to fix our early game. Here's another strong late game card right here. It enters the battlefield. Treasure Vault. I like this card. I don't want another 3-drop. Though it does go get our snowlands. Here's an artifact, Scorn Effigy, Scarecrow. A 2/3 that foretells for, you cast it for 0 a turn later. So on turn 2, you can play this, foretold. Turn 3 comes out for free. Interesting. Lindworm is very good. Yeah, like a big drop like this is nice. Will we see another one? We've already passed one. This one tabled here, didn't it? No, it didn't. I feel like we're still going to see another one of these. I think we'll have another chance at a Lindworm. I really do. And I don't want to take too many. I'm thinking the Snowland again. Because I'm thinking now I want to go black, red, and green. I think we'll see another Lindworm. In fact, mark my words, we'll see another late pick Lindworm. A snow-covered swamp, or Betrayer King. Blue, black, other snow zombie card. Oh, too specific. No, and it's blue. We didn't go to blue at all. Demonic gifts until end of turn creatures have. Okay, don't like that. I'm taking, I think, the swamp, or maybe the 4/4. I might actually take the 4/4. Yeah. So here we're not gonna grab this swamp. We're gonna grab the 4/4. I think we need a 4-drop bad. Even if he can't block alone. Yeah. When it attacks, look at the top 3 cards of your library. If it's a land card, you may put it in the battlefield tapped. What do you do with the cards that you looked at? You just put them back in the right order, I guess. Oh, just the top card, not the top 3 cards. You look at the top card. If it's a land, you can put it into the battlefield tapped. That's not bad. It is a 3-drop, though. It's not horrible just because it can, like, thin out the deck. Make it so that you get some better drops. Rootless U might be the pick here, though, because we need more bodies. We need late-game bodies. He also could go get our late game body if we end up with a worm. He can go get the worm when he dies. Too specific. I don't like way down. I think I'm going to take this U because his body's not bad for 5, even if he doesn't end up triggering his thing. But I think we'll get a body that can trigger him. I think we're going to get a worm, and we did. Did you mark my words, you little shits? And this did table, though. So do we want to go with what I'd wanted to do, the tabling strategy, where this, like, it goes and gets snowlands, and then it does a really fun thing late game. It works with the world tree that we already have. I think you'll need to mark my words. Like, I think this is the bad pick, but I also like fun. And I will be, like, giddy if it triggers. And it's not a useless card. I'm taking it. It was the wrong pick, I believe, but it's fun, so I'm taking it. We all like fun. We'll mark my words again. We will see another late pick worm. Mark them again. Here's another. Oh, here's a late game. This will be triggered by the U. Trample. When he dies, he deals 7. Yeah, let's take this. This is also fun. I like that it's a random 7 damage to something, which is kind of fun. Big late game body. So if we don't get the worm, at least we got this guy. You guys marked my words in your notes. Good. This guy again, another Kennel Master. I don't think we need to. Not now. We don't know. We need more 4-drops. This will never trigger. We're not going into white. I might just take this guy. I don't know that we'll run to, but he's in there. That's a horrible card. I'm not even gonna read it. I'm just gonna take the Village Rites, which I've been mulling over. I might end up running it. I don't think I will because we've gone into all these other colors. We're gonna be splashing in a lot of good stuff, I think. This tabled, I think it deserves better than going 14th pick. I don't think it's like incredible, but 14th pick seems late. Exile a creature card from your graveyard. Creature. So he's a 1/3 2-drop, which isn't bad, especially since we're a late game deck. We want to delay the game if we're going up somebody who's aggro, so he can block. And he also has this utility of ramping. I think this is perfect. And he fixes. He fixes, he ramps. He could do that multiple times, but he has to. He can only do it when there's something in our graveyard. But anyways, he's a 2-drop for 3. We'll probably end up running him just because we need the drop. This opening pack does not have a rare that we want to play, I don't think. You can foretell cards on any player's turn. That's fun. It's a 3/3 flyer with flash, which is pretty cool, but let's not get crazy with the splashing, guys. Even though we have a decent amount of mana fixing, let's not go insane. What else is in here? There's a red, which is a late pick, a black card, 3-drop. We really don't need 3-drops, and it's not even that strong, in my opinion, that 3-drop. Another one of these. Yeah, it's removal. I think I might take that. It's a land and it's removal. It slows down the deck, but again, this is not a fast deck. It's either that or take a slow snowland or a slow removal. Or... oh, this is also removal. I wonder what's the better piece. It can be foretold. It's a lot faster and less expensive than this one. This one gives us green elf warrior tokens, but I think this is faster removal, and we only have 2 pieces, I think. It's pseudo removal, but and then this. I think we need to take the... I just don't like how slow this one is. And it's very weak removal for how slow it is. So it's late game. Giving -2/-2 is much better early game, and this is definitely not early game removal. So I'm going to go with this because it can be cast for on turn 3, potentially, for only 1 green mana. And we need it. We need removal. We don't have enough. Alright, so in this deck, or in this pack, we have a blue-black card. We've seen this guy before. What do we got here? A Flying Trample Angel 4-drop that for 2 snow mana, it gets +2/+2. Oh, we passed one of these earlier because we didn't know how much we'd go into Snowlands. So this might be... that's pretty good. A 4/4 that becomes... it becomes a 4/4 if you can afford it, and I think we will late game. It can be a punch through. Goldvein Pickaxe. Equipped creature gets +1/+1. Whenever equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, create a 1/1, or I mean create a treasure token. This is mana fixing. Glittering Frost. We got enough of those. I think we're taking the 4-drop here. I like the 4-drop. Oh, somebody says the Demon Bolt. I didn't even see it. I didn't even look at it. No, you're right. You are right. We do need the removal. And this could be our last piece of removal. I didn't even see it. I wasn't looking. So red, black, and green are what we're looking at here. Poison the Cup, perfect removal. Or haste, 3-drop, big body, Bose, 3/2, 3-drop. Don't like the 3-drops at this point. Snowland, black, red. We didn't end up, we're not getting much, ended up getting much Snowland stuff. Anyways. Let's take it. Fall of the Imposter. Nah. We've seen these cards. No. What do we got? Another struggle. Dogged Pursuit. Basic Snow Mountain, we don't care at this point. We have enough Snowlands, and we didn't end up really getting much Snowland synergy. Each opponent loses 1 life, and you gain 1 life. That's awful. Yeah, we've seen that. More removal? Alright, more removal. I don't know about this deck, guys. I was hoping for more synergy. Changeling, snow creature. If it enters the battlefield as a copy of a permanent you control, except it's legendary, and snow, in addition to the other types, if it's a creature, it enters the... And if it's a creature, it enters the... with 2 additional... Oh, a permanent. It copies a permanent. +1/+1s, and it has... Okay. Another Shimmering Veil for mana fixing. What does Foretell do? Suddenly he said. Foretell says you pay 2 generic mana this turn and put that card face down. Your opponent can't see it, but they can tell that you foretold a card. Later, on a later turn, which I believe includes the next when their turn begins, you can pay its foretell cost to play it. So it's like, and the foretell cost is very often much cheaper than its hard casting cost. So it's like investing in the future, kind of. A 4-drop. I don't love this guy, but it's okay for a 4-drop late game. Changeling 1/1. When it enters the battlefield, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. Not a bad 2-drop, actually. I might grab that. But we do need a 4-drop. I don't think this guy will... Like, do we have enough mana fixing to run this? It's not splashable, really. I'm going to grab the 4-drop. Or am I going to grab the 2-drop? Do we have enough creatures to even place this 2-drop? Oh, it can place it on himself. So he's Grizzly. I'm going to grab the 2-drop. I think we'll have another opportunity for a 4-drop. Another 2-drop. I think I'm going to grab this guy, too. I like what he'll do for our curve, and I like that he's versatile. Looking at the other stuff here. What? Is crewing permanent or something? Until end of turn. So why does it matter if it has vigilance? Oh, because you could you could block with it too if you tap. Oh. And it's a crew of 1, and it's a 3/3. But I'm just gonna go for the curve. I'm trying to redeem this deck because I do think that I maybe went in too many directions or just didn't end up with the synergies I thought I might get. So I think a lot of its stuff is a little bit weak. I'm just trying to get a nice curve here, so hopefully that will make up for it. Sometimes that happens. Boast, return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. It's a 3/3 for a 4-drop. Valor of the Word. Okay, what's this? Create a treasure token on turn 1 and 2. Search your library for a card named Halvar, God of the Battle. Oh, we passed Halvar, didn't we? That would have been fun to have. Being able to go get Halvar at any time. This can punch through. Smashing this... create a treasure token. Rise of the Drug. Now. Fuck. The 4-drop. Grab the 4-drop that can get guys from our graveyard. Only if they're attacking, and for a large price. But 3/3 on turn 4. Wait a minute. How many creatures do we have? 16? Do we like everything we have? Maybe I wouldn't want... Oh, wait, I'll take this out. We have 15 creatures. Do we like the curve? Oh, we have 14 creatures. I like the creatures we have. And I almost like the curve. This is the 4-drop isn't really a 4-drop. I mean, it's more of a 3-drop, an expensive 3-drop. So it fits into the curve, but it doesn't really work in the curve the way that it's supposed to. But I do like that it's pseudo card draw. It brings back stuff that you might have lost into the game. if you go late. I'll take it. But I'd rather not run it, honestly. Ice Hide Troll, another 3-drop. Yet another 3-drop. So many 3-drops. We got our 2-drop game is perfect. Now I'd like to have like 2 or 3 more 4-drops to have a nice curve. You guys know how I'm obsessed with the curve. So I haven't been looking down much, guys. At this point, I'm kind of just like trying to... Yeah, come on, Lindworm. But, you know, we got the Cinderheart. Kind of like the Lindworm. Kind of. Indestructible. At least, you know, we don't need more 3-drops, but he really synergizes well with the Snowlands that we ended up getting, and we didn't end up with much of that. I'm not like wanting to play into the fallacy of sunk cost, but I also don't think that this is a bad pick. So I'm going to grab the Troll. We don't need more 3s, but I think he's even worthy of a 4-drop. So I'll pretend he was a 4-drop. Rune of Flight. Splashable? Not really. Not splashable. Nothing here is really splashable. I don't think I'd ever run this. I might take this as a late game drop. It's a punch through card too, maybe. Don't know if I'll run it. We have 17. I would rather have a better creature than that though. Can't be blocked. Can I splash this in? 4-drop. I think it's splashable. We have enough mana fixing. I could potentially splash this. We're desperate, like, maybe? Another big guy. I'm going to take him and probably run him instead of the Frost Peak. Crew 3 for... and it's a 4/4 if you crew it with 3 power. Look at the top card of your library. If it's a land card, you may put it on. I don't hate that card. Oh, the pup! We need a 1-drop. He's an aggressive card, but I'm putting the pup in, because fuck you. None of these, we can't really use any of these. I don't think I'll run him at all, let alone 2 of them, but I'm taking him, I guess. I don't know. I don't fucking know. Smashing Success. There's a sideboard if we were going 2 for 3 with people, but we're not. 2 out of 3. We didn't get the Lindworm, but we got 2 giants that were like the Windworm, so I won that bet. And he's Trample, so he's really going to punch through late game. Alright, let's take it all out. And put it all back in. Right after I take a quick pee break. Be right back, guys. Hey guys. Yeah, I noticed. I saw her screwing around. I think I got that right. TCR. All right, guys. So we had a weird draft. I'm getting my head around. We got some solid cards though. I like this guy. This Troll Warrior fixes mana, ramps mana a little bit. And then for 8 mana, you can look at the top 4 cards of your library and cast anything among them without paying the mana cost. And he's a 2/4 body for 3. He's good, I think. This guy fetches big bodies. This guy is an amazing 3-drop if you can cast him on turn 3. You know, I kept on talking about not having 4-drops. I see this guy more as a 4-drop. Or 5. Like, he's not often going to come out on 3. But if he does, cool. I'm going to put both these guys in. I think he's a very solid 2-drop, that guy. I like him. I don't think we're going to... I don't know that I want to run black at all. Let's see if I can get away with just running red, green, and then splashing black, because we want to bring in that black-green piece of removal. What is it called again? A legend or... Fable or Saiga. Ice Hide Troll I like because it uses yeah, and then this guy counters for using like, this is really good if this stays out on the battlefield, like gives us +1/+1 on everything we play if we're using snowlands. This guy goes get snowlands, so good.
This is very hot. Where
Okay.
do you want me to put it?
Right there, right here. Thank you. And then I like the Fearless Pup, of course. Awoo. When discard a card, then you draw a card. Yeah, that's actually I kind of like that. I like that. Yeah. This guy mana fixes. So what's going on over here? Why does it say we have 28 in there? Stop putting lands in. I don't want them yet. Yeah, I like this guy's a 2-drop for fixing the deck. I like both of these. This is decent. You put this guy in. 15, we're just short a little bit. So like, let's put in the Dread Rider maybe as a late game splash, big body, because we're lacking on the 4-drop, which was this, but I see this more as a 3-drop that's expensive. So maybe instead a little bit of black, just splashing in a few swamps to run maybe this guy. 2 of him or 1 of each of these. This guy punches through in the late game, potentially, for 3. It's almost like he's unblockable, but he has to exile cards from your graveyard to do it. Meanwhile, this 1-drop, though. But it's not really a splash, because like, if we're only running a little bit of swamps, but I mean, you... Oh, I was thinking of this as the one that makes guys them discard a card. It's not. This is like card draw, though. I'm gonna run it. Okay, wait a minute. So what am I running? Take that out. Hey, buddy. I think I prefer this look. 2 Cinderheart Giants. I like the trample. That's the punch through. We don't need the Dread Rider to punch through. We have 2 7/6 tramples in the deck. That's the punch through that we need to get rid of a stalled board, potentially. We do have a green-black snowland. All right. You know, I don't hate this deck. I think it's got a okay looking curve. It peaks hard on 3, but like I said, one of those is a 4-drop in my opinion. So I think this is almost a perfect curve. And now, let's look at the other cards we got. Anything in black, green, and red. So we won't put in the swamps yet here. Let's see, we got a nice piece of removal in black. So yeah, that's why we want to do more than just splash, right? We got Binding of the Old Gods as a piece of removal. We want 4 to 5 pieces of removal, right? So I really want to run the World Tree. So let's see if we can. We'll run a struggle, 2 struggles. We will run... I don't think I'll run Broken Wings. I don't know though. What do you guys think? Broken Wings or run the less splashable Poison Cup? Remember, this might... Oh, it's got a foretell for 1 black. Okay, so it's a bit more splashable than I thought. So maybe Poison Cup's not bad. And if it was foretold, you get to Scry, which is a nice ability. So we have 2 more cards left to put in. We've put in only... Did I put in both struggles? So we have 4 pieces of solid removal. Well, 2 pieces of very solid removal. Oh, then there's the Demon Bolt. All right. I think I might take out a struggle. Just so that I can consider running. Hello? Thank you. So that I can consider running the World Tree. Which is a land. So I get to run this no matter what, guys. Come on. It's a land. It's going to give me green mana anyways. And then it lets me do whatever I... Yeah, the World Tree gets to be run no matter what. There's nothing wrong with the World Tree. It allows us to run Path of the World Tree. I know, this is dumb. Guys, this is dumb. Talk me out of it. You gang 2 life. If this triggers, you gang 2 life. You draw 2 cards. Your opponent loses 2 life. It deals 2 damage to 1 creature. You create a 2/2 bear. You get to do all those things. Like that's kind of a like changes the game potentially. And when you look at everything I have here, it's really a debate of, I think, running... It's a debate between 1 more piece of pseudo removal or Path of the World Tree. I'm running the World Tree. Fuck you. I'm sorry I've told you to fuck off so much. Next up. Now we're just going to toss in our Snowlands before... well, we could actually still run this. Like, we need 23 cards, right? So the question now is the extra piece. We already have 1, but another piece of pseudo removal. Or do we want Broken Wings, which is more utility, getting rid of artifacts and enchantments, so potentially getting rid of really good equipment, or enchantments. It can get rid of sagas that we don't like. Or, oh, I forgot about that. It adds a counter to our guide, doesn't it? Huh, I forgot about that. Yeah, that's something to consider. It makes our guy more powerful permanently. Yeah, when you say that, reminding me of that makes me want to do that. Okay. Okay. So, now, with spells, the curve looks great, but creature curve is all that matters, but it does make the curve look better now. You guys can't see the curve, sorry. There's the curve. So let's put before we ask the computer to fix... Let's get the computer to suggest the lands first. I'm not sure if this is the right way to do this, but I'm gonna say suggest lands. Did it put them in? I don't see them. There they are. Now we'll take them out. It wants almost even lands across the board, which disempowers our 3-drop green card a little bit if we do that. But anyways, now let's take out, because our black cards aren't really early and they're not, like, I think they're the biggest candidate for taking away. Let's take away at least 2 of them for the Shimmering Veils. And then we will put in 2 Shimmering Veils and then take out 2 more swamps to put in. Have they been doing Swamp Walk and Mountain Walk and Forest Walk much? Because I haven't seen one of those in a while. And then we'll put in, I don't think we're desperate enough to have to run this, which is just a slower swamp. I think the only reason we put this in was just in case we really wanted Snowlands. And I think we'll get enough Snowlands between Shimmering Veil plus the guy that generates snow token generating shit, and so I put that in, and then, oh, maybe I do need one more swamp. I'm gonna take out 1 forest to put in a world tree. And Glittering Frost. I don't know that we want this. I think it's a bit too slow, but do we want the ramp? I'm not sure the ramp is worth it. What do you guys think? It's fixing as well, though. Would you take out a land to do it? I never really played much land ramping. Oh, and there's our final swamp can leave because we have a snow swamp. What do you guys, what is the rule of thumb with mana ramping in draft? Do you think that you run 16 lands if you have a card like this? Taking out of a land for the Path of the World Tree. Because the Path of the World Tree, where is it? It's in here, right? Because it does go and fix. Where'd it go? Yeah, that's the thing too. I was acting as though Path of the World Tree only does its bomb effect, but it does go get a thing, a basic land card. Yeah, it searches up a land. Yeah, I think I might take out a mountain and put in the Glittering Frost. So we're running 16 lands, but we have a lot of random, like, I think that's fine. Wait, how many lands? 1? Okay, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So we need 1 more. Probably put in a forest back in. Put a forest in, please. There we go. All right. I like it. Let's go. Three-color draft deck, eh? It's usually something I never wanted to do. We do need 2 black for the Poison Cup, but the Poison Cup can also be foretold and then cast for 1 black mana. So 5 colors an archetype for this format, so it's not crazy at all. Man, running a 5-color draft deck would be very interesting. How viable is that? There's lots of dual lands. There's lots of dual lands to help run 5 colors, and there's lots of treasure tokens, right? Wait, treasure tokens get you cards, not mana fixing. Wait, what am I thinking of? Anyways, we got Shimmering Veil to start. We get to choose the color when it comes out, which would probably be red if we did. We don't need black until later. Then this can go fetch for us. We have this as an early cast, which will trigger this. We have early, we don't have any early drops though. The only card we don't want here is the giant. All right, I'm gonna keep it. I'm a little nervous. I wish the giant was a 2-drop. That was a genuine, I'm a little nervous. Oh, there's our 2-drop, yay. So we're gonna choose mountain. We're gonna choose red. So the Shimmering Veil produces red for us. Hey buddy, come on down. So if 5 color is viable in this format, that makes drafting very weird at the drafting table. Hi, buddy. You're such a good pal. Let's put out the vault, Robert. He'll get out there and start blocking for us, presumably, and maybe he'll do a little bit of damage. There's a 5 color land, are you kidding me? With Shimmering Veils, that really does make running multicolor much more viable. Probably want to play... Okay, so this will trigger itself? Will this trigger itself? I don't think it will. Because it's whenever you play, not whenever it enters the battlefield. Yeah, so it doesn't trigger itself. That would have been great. I shouldn't have shown him that before I tagged, but anyways, I doubt that that's going to happen or come. Get out now, what are you doing? Enters the battlefield, destroy target creature or planeswalker an opponent controls that was dealt damage this turn. Well, hell, there's flash creatures in this. And he had the mana for that? How the fuck did he have the mana for that? Oh, he foretold it. I wasn't paying attention. I wish foretell cards would sit down over here so it's more obvious. Even if he foretold it, I wouldn't have known he had it because I don't know what the foretell cards are. So it doesn't matter. I wouldn't have even taken it into consideration, honestly. Wither Crown. Enchanted creature has a base power of 0 and it has at the beginning of your upkeep you lose 1 life unless you sacrifice this creature. Well, I'm keeping it. But this guy has an aggressive deck that's coming out hard. And we don't have swamps. Shit, I just made the wrong play. But at least I guess I get to go. Fuck. I was thinking of Shimmering Veil as producing anything I wanted. I'll go get a swamp. I played that all wrong. But oh well. Anyways, we can get rid of that thing and slow this guy down a bit. I can only foretell this. Shit. I made a lot of misplays there, my friends. I wish this would have a red symbol big on it so that it would, like, help me remember a little bit. Scary, but I have a nice late game, so maybe I can claw my way back into this. Decline. I don't know that I have any, just let me think here. 1, 2, 3, 4. I can play this guy on turn 6.
I'm in a lot of trouble. Like, let's be real. This is not good. I just said auto pay because I was in trouble. I was running out of time, but okay. I didn't want that. I don't know. I don't want any of this, but I'm like panicking because I'm running out of time. This is the tough part about. I'm just panicking. I'm honestly just like, because my thing's boiling down. I guess I had an extra timeout. Maybe I didn't need to panic. This draft is a wash, honestly. I mean, I shouldn't be so defeated so early, but like, learning as I go is pretty intense. Learning the cards while playing. What did he just do? Why did his character just say something? Oh, he named green. He's running green. I think I should have maybe sacrificed that earlier. I don't fucking know. Decline. At least I have a 4/4 out there now, and he has to stop attacking. I wish I had life gain to stop or kind of regain some of what I lost. This isn't totally out though. Somebody just said it's probably the most difficult draft set of the year. Well, it's funny, so you guys are saying like Snowlands can make the set, like make a really powerful deck when you run Snowlands if they synergize right. How often does that happen? How viable is it to always consider Snowland mechanics? Or should you just like see it as a bonus? If it works out, and not go too hard into it early? So he's gonna have a death touch creature to stop my Cinderheart Giant unless I get rid of it. Is he gonna attack? He doesn't want to attack. He wants a blocker, doesn't he? Why would he even? Okay. I'm happy to get rid of that card, right? Like I want to trade. I don't have removal anymore. That is equipment though, so it's going to keep coming back to block my Cinderheart potentially. It's a pretty bad game for me. I'm going to worry about that. I'm still going to decline because I want the Cinderheart to come out bigger. I've kept them this long. Fuck it, I say. He just has to play a body and put that fucking equipment on it now though, so like, you know, whatever. But is this gonna trigger soon? I should have chosen, my Shimmering Veil should have been something different, maybe. Maybe I should have made my second Shimmering Veil should have been white or blue. But if the World Tree comes up, I'll be able to trigger this. I mean, that could change this game. Come on, World Tree. You got to draw a card, and now I think you can equip. I need removal if I want to use value. I better decline if I want to stay in this game, even late game. I mean, I better take action. Well, hey. This old boy. Saint is glad I'm back into Magic. One of my first exposures to you guys was you showing the guys Magic, lol. Yeah, people loved that episode. He got a Lindworm. At least I can block. That would have given me some life back. That would have been nice. But I have my giants. I stand by them. My giants are big. My giants are mighty. He's certainly slowed down his roll, but he can slow down his roll, as I have 1 card in hand. He has 4. The board is even. I'm getting all my good shit late. Hey, I might be able to trigger my World Tree soon, though. With this guy. He needs some perfect removal to unlock the board. So, I just need to produce myself two of these tokens so that I can get a blue and a white, and then I'm triggering the World Tree. The path to the World Tree. I have Glittering Frost. Yeah. Oh yeah, Glittering Frost, I only need to produce 1 of these, and I get to trigger Path of the World Tree. I forgot Glittering Frost is producing me any mana I want. So yeah, next turn I get to maybe change the game. Like, I mean, I gain 2 life, draw 2 cards. Uh-oh. I'll probably take that guy out by doing 2 damage to it. He loses 2 life. I get a 2/2 bear. The most important thing, I think, is I get 2 cards. This can be done in instant speed, right? So the right play is to wait until his turn probably to do it, but I'm a little nervous. I feel like I want to do it right away. He's attacking. I can't take the damage, so I have to trade. This guy became Y. Whenever he casts his second spell, he gets what? 2 2/2 counters. He gains menace until interred. That forest is now can be sacrificed at any time. Create a 4/4 green. I'll probably do it right now. Can I afford that? I think I can. 1, 2, I can afford that. Because I can play another forest next turn as well. What are you doing, man? Finish your turn. Is deciding who to attach this to? My dealing of 2 damage isn't going to work on any of his creatures, unfortunately. I better leave him open to block. I'm starting to wish that I had that utility card that destroys an enchantment, destroys an artifact. I didn't run one, did I? Destroys a flying creature or an artifact. Something I might want to consider. do have the Saga, yes. We're hoping to maybe draw into that, because that would change the board aspect quite a bit. Oh, I didn't notice it's Christmas. Yay. Way down. Target creature gets -3/-3 until end of turn. Okay. I really wish that my dealing 2 damage would have an effect here, but at least I can maybe get rid of the big worm. I don't want to just sack this guy, but I kind of have to. But I don't have to. I can chump the grizzly bear instead on the 5/5 of the other guy through. Target an opponent. Target up to 1 creature, that's that. And I'll just chump against, oops, I can't chump the 5/5. Chump against the 3/4. He's only got 2 cards back in hand. Can I like somehow turn this around by getting some card advantage? The menace doesn't help. I need something to take that guy out. Whoa, what the fuck just happened? Huh? Oh, the explosion! I forgot about the explosion! He exploded and did 7 damage, but he chose the wrong guy. That was the worst guy for it to happen to. If it happened to the Berserker, I would be in a really good position now. I forgot about how the giant explodes and does 7 damage to 1 random guy. You got a creature back. So I can thin my deck a little bit now. Still looking at a chunk situation. He's got a 2/2 flyer potentially next turn. Oh, maybe it's not going to be a chunk situation. Wait, why didn't this trigger? Oh, it has to boast it. Sort of bad luck that I didn't end up with any removal this entire game. So that's just bad luck. I mean, I think that this deck's not bad, honestly. I'm coming out of this thing. Oh, I did get a Demon Bolt really early, but then he counteracted it, didn't he, or something? So I got my 1 piece of removal early, but there's much better removal in here. So I can only block with 2 creatures when he attacks, maybe, but he can equip that and make it a bit bigger. Meaning I'd have to block with 3. He can give him 2 extra toughness, a 5/7, a 6/8. So I can only defend with 7. So yeah, he's getting through. He's gonna wipe my board basically with this. All right, let's just not even
It was cool, but I think that this deck isn't bad. I'm gonna look at, I think, the utility of destroying an artifact. My instincts were right. I think I need to run that card. The destroy flyer or artifact or enchantment. I think this deck is gonna have some really annoying artifacts come out. I don't know that I want to take out a struggle. I think I'm going to take out the pup. I'm sorry, pup, but I'm keeping him safe. I think I'd rather run a Broken Wings instead of the pup, because it's not an aggressive deck, and yes, we do want stuff on the table too, but he can only boast, right? So he's only powerful when he's attacking. Against, like, the only reason we want early drops to protect this early game. We don't want aggressive early game, we just want defensive early game. But now there's no possibility he can die sitting in my deck bots. I650 says, now your opponents will stop playing equipment. You mean like the time I drafted 3 Vampire Slayers and then I didn't face a single Vampire deck over the course of 5 games? Not just no Vampire decks, no decks with Vampires, period. It was fucking ridiculous. I don't like the amount of mana I have in here to start, but I do like the 2 very solid 2-drops to me. That is a lot of mana. I don't want to get flooded. That's 4 mana basically with some ramp, meaning that even if I'm gonna keep it. I like the 2-drops, so I'm gonna keep it. We'll start with Shimmering Veil giving us, say, a swamp. No, a mountain. So we have a red mana now. Here comes a 1/3 that has Death Touch. Oh, fuck. And it's gonna give me poison counters. That's a nice early drop. That's the kind of drop I wish I had in mind. That really slows down the board. It must be blocked. Oh, what a great start for me. I'm hoping for a turn 5 Kennel Master. This is already looking real bad for me. It's 10 counters and I lose the game. I've already got 4 on me. I'm not drawing into any of my removal. Well, I mean, I did, but it is a bad piece of removal on... because it fights this guy, so he'll die. He doesn't have snowlands, at least, to use on the troll. So maybe things aren't so bad. I don't care about his ability. At least he missed a land drop, and maybe it's not all bad. I don't know.
reason I played Kennel Master over Recruiter is because it's a little bit, you know, tougher, and right now I'm desperate to make sure that I get some sort of clawback on this board. And Recruiter is better later on to potentially get back into this game as well, card advantage-wise. Is it not that bad? It's the only one that gives poison? Okay. If there's not if they're not running tons of poison, then I guess maybe I'm okay. I thought maybe he was gonna be like his rollout looks like a constructed deck almost, except for this. The fuck's taking you so long, man? He's about to use. He has no timeouts, and he's about to run out of time. Did you DC? Uh-oh. I mean, yes. Yay. We will choose. Wait, what did I choose earlier? I chose red, so I will choose black now. I'll put out the 3/3. No attacks. We want to regain control of this game. We want to go late, hopefully. He's got 6 cards in hand. Each non-land card in your hand without Foretell has Foretell. Its Foretell cost is equal to the mana. Its mana cost reduced by 2. Wow. Where the fuck is my removal? I guess this isn't that bad. Whenever you foretell a card, Dream Devour gets +2/+0 until end of turn. Interesting. I guess my removal's sitting right here. And I probably should play it. Good boy. I don't know if that was the right creature to put that on. It's a bit redundant to have a 5/5 right now. I'm out of cards. So they were mana screwed, which has also kind of resulted in them having, like, card advantage, though. All right, we got my Ice Shaper. I do have an indestructible blocker now. Shit, the right play was playing him, and then the Glade Walker to boost him, and then potentially being able to, yeah, shit. Well, anyways, I have an indestructible blocker potentially later once I can afford the cost. But now he knows I have no tricks, but he finally got his 4-drop. Blade Warden. Exile a creature card from your graveyard. Put 2 +1/+1 counters on target creature. Activate only as a sorcery. Is there any Wrath cards in this set? Is there, especially in black-green, is there any reason not to just play my hand and have my options out there? There's one in black. All right, I'll keep this in my hand. I don't think that it's going to do a lot for me to go. Well, except that if I draw into my big giant, then this can't trigger when it does come out. I'm going to put it out there. I think I might be able to have the aggro board soon. And might be able to end this before he can draw into his lands that he's clearly wants.
Bearer of Secrets can't be countered. Indestructible. Bearer of Secrets attacks each combat if able. Whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. So we do need blockers. He's going to attack next turn, but he's indestructible. So how do I deal with them? I need pacifism. How much mana do you need for the black one? Is it 2 black? Because he only has 1. I'm just building a board now. So we're hoping our late game will draw into removal, and our late game will outclass his late game. And we'll eventually, as soon as I see the tide's turn board-wise, and I don't see it yet, but I'm not good at math, so you guys will have to tell me. I don't like late game. He's gonna make that bigger. Okay, that's fine with me. That's redundant, in my opinion. He's just attacking with that guy. He wants it to be out of the way of removal, because he sees that as the only thing stopping my board, I think. Which he'd be correct. But I'm also able to... Oh, I used a snowland to do this earlier. Why did the game decide to use snowland? It shouldn't have. Oh, I guess I do have the ability to... No, I don't have... Is this snowland? Oh, it is snow. So I can initiate... If I need to, I can initiate indestructibility on Ice Hide Troll. Ice Hide Troll is pretty good. Almost alone worth running. You know, I think it might be time to try to break through. The only thing that can is the Hulk. But if he had utility, I think I should start attacking with the Hulk and making him deal with it. He's not going to want to block with his Death Touch. I don't think he's going to want to block with anything. I think the Hulk is worth attacking with. Is there any creature cards I want back? I don't have any. I do. I have the Glade Walker. But this has to attack in order to do the thing, so I don't get to get guys back yet. All right, I'm swinging for 5 per turn, supposedly. It looks like. So I have an Ice-Hide Troll that's indestructible. He's not drawing into his 5th land, so yeah, aggression does seem to be important here. Oh, I haven't been activating Svella. No, I really should, right? Thanks. Thanks. I'm overwhelmed. And yes, thank you for the reminder. I'll activate it this turn. And then I get to start looking at the top 4 cards in my library and cast a spell among them. Yeah, I need to remember his second ability. What did he just do? He just gave himself... Okay. Just foretold something? Okay. You can foretell in the middle of combat? I didn't know you could do that. I didn't know it was instant speed foretelling. Not that it really matters, right? Can I actually do this right now? No, I can't.
So I still think I'm only attacking. I have a piece of removal. Could I attack with more than 2? If I still don't want that Fang Bear just to like whittle away my stuff, so I'm only gonna still attack with control the Hulk. If I can get rid of the Fang Bear though, maybe next turn by using Ice Shaper. If in the top of my deck I have the fight with, would I think I could sacrifice the Hulk to take out the Fang Bear. That's probably a good trade. You can't use the Ice Hides ability. This takes 8 mana. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. When it enters the battlefield, destroy a creature, planeswalker, and opponent controls if that was dealt damage this turn. Alright, that's fine. I use my Hulk. Resolve. Annoying, but fine. Okay, I've got my Snowlands open to make my Troll resilient. He just got his 5th land drop. He's gonna put 2 +1/+1 counters on the guy that has to attack every turn and is also indestructible. Annoying. But I have the blockers to handle it. I don't want to spend the mana on the Troll though, so I'm hoping that he won't kill my Kennel Master, but I'd rather be spending my Ice Shaper ability, so I don't want to spend the snow covered cost right now. And he did boost that, so I lose my guy. I'm gonna play the Ice Shaper's ability now and see what I can do. This won't come out right away, right? Or will it? I think it will, right? It goes at instant speed, so I can destroy, but it won't destroy. It's indestructible, so it won't. I think this is actually better to grab right now. Or do I want to get rid of the poison so I can start breaking through? Let's get rid of the poison. Let's go aggro. But I want to keep spending this thing's ability, right? So I don't want to go super aggro with spending this right now. How many do I have open? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'll play my forest, and I'm not going to play the bolt yet. I'm going to just... maybe not aggro yet. Not yet. Let's get complete control. I am pretty confident in my ability to regain control completely. I've got 18 life. I'm not desperate. No attacks. I don't want it to be in his hand yet. I am counting the Glittering Frost ramp when I count. So I'm keeping my Demon Bolt ready to go in a second here. Yeah, killing Glade Warden I do think might be a good idea because it's going to keep boosting the other guy. He's not spending it now. Was he putting it on him? That sucks. He doesn't have the creature in his graveyard to do it to. Yes, he does. Yeah, I probably don't want this to become more powerful, do I? You're right. And he doesn't have the mana to do it now. Hopefully he doesn't have too many more of those. He gets to attack now, but I have this. Thank goodness. Indestructible. Immovable object, unstoppable force, etc. Death touch. He has another death touch, but it's well, it will get bigger. I need some removal before he can trigger that because it's going to be sticky otherwise. All my creatures now have death touch. Do I want to take advantage of that and attack until on turn they have death touch? I think I'm going to trigger this ability instead. Patrol. Let me see the battlefield. Get rid of the Death Toucher now. I should probably... I could... So, card advantage is at least starting. I think I'm making mistakes, but there's so much to take into account now that you can tell when I go silent that it's hard for me to keep up. But I think if I don't get too crazy, I can keep control. Son of turn target creature gets +1/+1. Thank God for my Frosthide. But it must be blocked. So he's gonna, oh my God. Oh, shit. Powerful. Oh. It says it must be blocked. Oh, just like it does. It's not lure. All right. So with that, I'll be on tilt. So let's just end this. It was a pretty good match until I made a fatal mistake. I thought it had lure, like it must be blocked by anything that can. I might have been able to eke a win out of that still, but I'm just like that's just puts me on complete tilt against that person. So. I'm not too disappointed with how my first draft is going, considering how, like, I put way too much value into Snowlands based on early comments in the chat. I thought that people were saying, like, you know, Snowlands were super powerful is the general attitude I got from a couple people in there. If I had to redo it, I would completely ignore Snowlands and see them as purely bonus, and potential mana fixing. This is a bad opening hand. I have to mulligan. This is better. I'll get rid of the... Oops. Get rid of the giant.
Yeah, I think that snow decks in limited is a bad idea. I think limited building a snow deck is going to be luck based. I want a red. Ooh, I like having that guy early. Let's hope he doesn't get answered. Sure, I'll foretell. Four cards milled. Then you may exile a creature or planeswalker card from each graveyard. Okay, what comes next? After that, 2 turns of until end of turn you may cast spells from among the cards exiled with... Oh, he's going to be able to grab my cards next turn potentially. This is kind of a weird thing to play so early, I think. I think that was a bad early cast. I would have waited till late game to have that. Maybe I should put out the troll, because I do have turn 4 play. But then if I don't have a turn 4 play, this guy creates a card. No, I'm going to play him. Just so that he can create some mana for me if he doesn't get answered. What's in here that he could use? He got rid of my World Tree path. Put out a Craven Hulk. Well, now I do have this, and I have Demon Bolt, thank God. I'll just do this before he has any mana to save it. And I'll play the Ice Hide Troll now and attack. So that worked out for me. Now this guy once again gets to choose from among my graveyard if he wants. He can bring the Hulk back without losing any card advantage. Instead he brought it to Berserk. Oh, because the Hulk wasn't... Maybe the Hulk wasn't exiled. It doesn't count. You can't do it twice. Chain creature's base power 0 at the beginning of your upkeep. Oh. I think an indestructible creature is worth keeping on my side for 1 damage per turn. I'm gonna be kind of aggro. Knowing that I have a nice piece of removal in my hand, I want some board position and see if I can keep pressure up to see if he can make some like poor decisions because he wants to regain control. Like he might, since the pressure's on him. Pressure's good. So he's swinging through for 4 each turn if I leave the Ice Hide Troll out there. I'm still gonna keep him. I should have put it on the untapped. Maybe not. No, it doesn't matter. I wouldn't have had anything to play anyways. Do you think he has anything that'll be able to surprise me here? No. It's a bit of a race, and I have the card advantage, and I have perfect removal coming. Okay, he got rid of a nice card of mine. But now he's almost completely out in his hand. It's a race. Do I want to keep that thing out there? Right now I do, because it can attack. Keeping him still. I don't know. I don't know, man. Oh, does that? It's until end of turn. Yeah. Is he gonna chump? This guy's willing to go real low in life. He's not even gonna. Huh. Dread Rider comes out. Now. I'm gonna have all Death Touch attacking. I'm still gonna decline. I can get rid of the Dread Rider, and do I want to get rid of the Dread Rider because everything has Death Touch this turn? Or did it? Did it last turn? No, it has it this turn. Keeping the Troll? No, he doesn't have cards, and I have perfect removal. This time, I'm gonna get rid of the Troll. I feel so. Oh, I don't get Death Touch this turn. Did that already happen? That happened last turn? Where is it? It's gone. I thought that was. Oh, it's not. It's in my hand. What the fuck is wrong with my head? All right. My head, man. My brain actually hurts. Like when you do too much homework or like, you know, too many. Like I have pain in my brain from all of the work that I'm having to do. All right, we got a win. Didn't feel like much of a win, but we got a win. Hey, silver tier 1 limited rank. I think I just regained silver, right? Because I'd slipped. All right, guys, I'm gonna take a quick break here. I'll be back. Ooh, Deadly Brew. Stay tuned, guys. Back after this. All right, guys, I'm back. What's up, Beck?
Are you okay with me sending
Him a what?
to our family?
His box? His chocolate? Sure. Sure, go for it.
Okay. And I have to go and mail some things.
Okay, good stuff. Can you bring me some ibuprofen? My head is literally hurting.
Oh my god.
Hey guys, welcome back to some more cozy Magic streaming in the joyous of months of the year. I'm video game show host. Let's play again. The deck hasn't done great. I'm looking forward to at least one more run today, and I'm going to focus on just what I know. I'm going to ignore Snowlands. I think they got me into a bit of trouble. I'll acknowledge, though, the Snowlands, the
Ice Hide Troll, for the games that we haven't won, has still been MVP. Despite the fact that we haven't done well, he's still been incredible. I like this guy's a 3-drop. We don't have a third forest in here, but we'll see. I think I'm gonna keep this. There's a mountain. I might actually run this as a, if on turn 2, I don't have a third forest, I might send this out as a forest. It might seem like a waste, but I'm gonna do it. Just to have a turn 3/4/4. That's super powerful in my opinion. A 1/3 changeling. When it enters the battlefield, you may exile a creature card, but he didn't have to. Okay. Alright, turn 2, third forest, so that turn 3 we have a 4/4. He's gonna think I'm an idiot. He has a snow forest. Is there any snowland walking in this set? Any way to punish people with snowlands? Another one of that guy. Why would he play this early? I guess it's okay. It's good early. Yeah, sure. Four on turn 3 that comes back to be mana ramp if it dies is pretty friggin' cool, I think. And then later I can make him into a 4/4 when I feel like it. Now I'm going to attack. We're kind of going aggro because of the board state. And because of my ramp. Like, that's some damn good ramp right there. 2 4/4s on turn 4. Now we do have those snowlands to trigger Ice Hide Troll, but I don't want to put him out there until I can trigger them and keep him alive. So instead, this turn, we're playing Horizon Seeker, but first I'm gonna attack again. He's in a chump blocking situation. Why'd he block with both? Okay. So I killed one of them, and he took down my troll. That's sad. Now what's he doing? Oh, I get to attach this to my forest. Mana ramp. It was a 1-for-1 trade, right? It was a 2-for-1 trade. Actually, I ended up in the advantage there. He had to spend 2 cards to take out 1. That's all right. He plays a 3/2 that you may pay 2 mana to exile a creature from your graveyard rather than pay this mana's spell. Oh, did he do that? No, he did. He exiled a creature to get this out. That's a flyer? Well, well. Everything's coming up. Snell House. I'm just gonna keep this aggression going. How much does this cost? Should I do this? Ramp into my giant? Sure. I mean, the other thing I have would ramp too, but this thins the deck as well.
Oh, it doesn't ramp. I keep forgetting it goes into my hand, so it's not ramping. But anyways, I can play it. So it had the same end effect. He just had a bad run. Looks like. I'll try not to extend this more than I need to, but I also want to be careful. I don't know if I have lethal. I don't have lethal from what I can see. Could I have done it with the Kennel Master? No, I'd still be one short of lethal. So I'll keep my Kennel Master for later. Not that I have a choice now that I've gone to the attack phase. You got mana screwed as well. Oh, he was able to get double strikes, so yeah, he'll kill my giant. That's fine. 1-for-1 trade. I'm gonna activate this ability. Go get myself a mountain? Sure. Yeah, it's a 2-for-1 again. He doesn't have choice at this point. I'll put out the troll, just to have the bodies to do the next turn's lethal. I'm gonna put out this. I'm gonna discard the frost. I have enough mana and I want to potentially get some removal for next turn if I need it. I didn't get it. But now I'll put out the Ice Hide Troll. We should have the bodies to punch through next turn. I'm talking as though this is like intense strategy, but the game should be over. Yeah, there we go. It's funny when you have decks that like seem like they're doomed, but they are able to eke out 2 wins, maybe 3, and then you run decks that look like they're gonna go 4 to 5 wins, and then they don't. They might get a single win. Magic. So we're gonna get 200 gems rebate from this. That's good at least. That's magic. Yeah, Ice Side Troll is an MVP for sure. You guys, like, I agree. Especially now that I've seen him in action. That was pretty powerful. So we have all 3 mana colors we need for the base of the deck. We have a nice 2-drop, 2 nice 2-drops, a good 3-drop, a good 4-drop. This is a pretty good opening hand. We got lucky here for our opening. What does that thing do? Just reach, tap an untapped creature you control, gain 1, add 1 mana. Oh, that's awesome. I like that card. It's got to be one of the best mana producers I've seen. Okay, if this can't tap an untapped creature, it can't produce mana, right? If it's unable to target. Oh, you control. Tap an untapped creature you control. Okay, now I understand. All right. I was like, wow, that's a fucking awesome card. Doesn't matter what I do, they don't have the mana available to do any answers to what I do, so I don't have to worry about the order in which I play. Next turn, we will have a 3-2, or potentially we could play a 5-5 on turn 4. Darn it. Oh, that's okay. I'm okay with a turn 4-4-4, especially that we've got some nice pressure going on this board. We're running out of gas, but next turn he gets to go look for a land. And the turn after that, he's gonna have Death Touch attackers, which I don't care because they're only 1/1s, 1/2s. Hooray for the Christmassy board, though. Is this gonna be every board for every game this season? I'm gonna give Hugo more snuggliness here. It's okay, bud. There you go. I like my board position so far. I don't like my lack of card advantage, but he doesn't know that right now. Is this a foretell? It's an exiled card, so that must be foretold. Berg Strider does what? When it enters the battlefield, you tap a creature, but he didn't kick it, or he didn't use Snowland, so it doesn't stay untapped, or stay tapped. Shit, I can't play my Kennel Master right now. An indestructible attacker would have been nice. I might discard the World Tree, but I'd be sacrificing a pretty cool late game and potentially a breakthrough late game, right? Oh no, it's not a breakthrough thing. It's just like mana fixing late game. I don't think I need that. I might actually discard the World Tree. The question is, do I trade the Hulk? I'm gonna discard the World Tree. He has to block. Oh. Yeah, the World Tree would come online soon, but I don't need it, right? Like, I've got the mana I want. I've got the mana I need. I'm gonna get myself a...
Wait a minute. Do I need a swamp? No, I don't. But I do need a second swamp if I want to hard cast my removal. But I'm just gonna get ready for Path of the World Tree just in case here.
Next turn I'm attacking with some indestructible creatures because of the Kennel Master. Oh no. He 1-for-1'd me, but he also regained control of the board by having that out there. Is he gonna attack? Wait, why do these have Death Touch? How do you get Death Touch on those? Oh, Binding the Old Gods is gone. That's why. Yeah, you can go through. Go for it. This is interesting. He can block one. He knows that I'm tapped out, so he's not too worried. Down to 9. I need to play out my lands so that because I know that I have late drops, so I need to make sure that I'm ready to play them if they come, if I top deck. Because I have that one that costs 7 mana. So I'm not gonna chump. No, not with a 4/4. He has plenty of chumps to go around. Ugh, gross. God damn it. There is a lot of mana fixing in this set. It's sad that we've run out of gas. God damn it. Okay. He has the board advantage and he has card advantage slightly. I have life advantage, but oh, really? Okay. What are you gonna block with? If I just top deck a single piece of removal, I win. And I did. Oh, dude, that was a big misplay of yours. He went way too aggro for no reason, unless he has something in his hand that can stop this. That was unnecessary, buddy. He did not need to attack with his 1/2. At the very least, he didn't need to attack with the 1/2. The battle was turning in his favor the entire game. Like, he could have held on. Hey, I'm a gold tier drafter. Yeehaw! That was unfortunate. Yeah, like, that's just like kind of, to me, the difference in experience of play. Like, he got really itchy trigger finger there. It was a nice top deck, being able to remove. Like, I mean, but I was holding a card, so for all he knew, like, he knew that I hadn't, whatever card I had in hand, I hadn't used to take away the 4/4, but maybe I didn't need to take away the 4/4. Maybe what I had in hand could only take away something small, and then he played something small. So, like, he could have reasonably inferred I had small removal in hand that I wasn't playing, instead of that forest. He looked at your stream, saw it was forest, then got punished. I mean, yeah, my name is my streaming name, so maybe that was a bad idea too. People can technically stream snipe me. I gotta keep my best piece of removal in the opening hand. I have a 2-drop, a 3-drop. Yeah, let's keep this. And I have all 3 colors. Once again, really lucky opening hand. That's nice to have. Oops, almost fucked up my 2-drop. It's nice to sometimes get some good luck. A 2/2 that untaps Snowlands. That's probably a good trade. I would be happy to trade it, and he probably won't. And I don't want to leave it open for blocking because the Boreal Outrider can block. So he's willing to let that go by, of course.
had a really nice curve out. Cannel Master may come out on turn 4 as a 5, I mean turn 5 as a 5/5. We passed on that card. So he can at any time, if he controls a giant, he can pay 1 blue mana to play it one more time, to look at the top 3 cards and put them on in your hand and the rest, okay. 2 nice pieces of removal now, and nothing to play this turn. So Shimmering Veil will come out as an island. Is that smart? What if I end up drawing into, say... Fuck it. Be aggro here. It might be the wrong play, but I know I have one more nice piece of removal in here, and I know that next turn I'm potentially attacking again for, yeah, aggro is the right play. Even though he has card advantage, he's down to 13 health. I'm attacking with this potentially as a 5, I mean, oh darn. That's alright, that's alright. We've still got the tempo. We got good tempo. Could have been more tempo than that, but he's down to 10, and we have removal. Perfect removal. Come on. Oh yeah. Still got the tempo. Do I use this now, or do we use Poison the Cup now? Is the question. This is an instant. This gets rid of permanence. This leaves it me open for more options later. But this gets me ready for a turn 3 punch through as well. He could answer this potentially later. I'm gonna keep the instant in hand. I'd rather have instant ability ready, I think. And now I know that I'm moving towards a turn 3 death touch turn. That's not huge, but if I foretold it, yeah, I'll foretell it as well. Yeah, which also helps me. Ooh. Still desperate though. And here comes Path of the World Tree. Spinning out the deck. Also a good thing. Tempo on my side. I'm running out of gas, but again, so much tempo, and he's down to 6 health. Has to block. He'll block with his 2/2. Then he's attacking for 4 per turn. I think now I have to slow down. No attacks. I'm looking for my World Tree to trigger, but I need 1 more mana. I need a Plains. So if I can draw into a Plains, I trigger World Tree, which is a big deal. Path of the World Tree. I'll get a bear, I'll deal 2 damage to him, I'll kill one of his creatures. He's not going to attack. Why? That's a good thing for me. That's a good trade. Is he going to play something? I'll go slightly later game if we have to. Boast, Hegimouth deals 1 damage to any target. 5-4. I should probably deal with that. And I get the Scry, so we're gonna move towards my planes, hopefully. The Scry is probably even more valuable than the killing the creature right now. And I didn't get what I wanted, but I did get another body. So I'll put this on the bottom of the library. And I'll take the Icehide Troll. And now we have a very sticky creature out there. Still waiting on our planes. We have many cards in this deck that can give us a planes. Give us a white mana. We have an enchant land. We have that creature that creates that artifact that gives us any color we want. I get to scry. I got some card draw, but they're giving up a turn for it. I'll be attacking next turn. I don't care about defense with this indestructible troll. And there's another body. Got him completely on his heels, I think. Willing to chump a 2/2 is the only guy out on the board. He's not willing? He's willing. He's definitely on his heels. And now we got a 4/4. I can't believe this deck might go 4 wins. I was not expecting it. Uh-oh. And he gets 4 life back. That's annoying. Like, takes away my tempo. Now we're like, he's got half as much life as me instead of a quarter as much life as me. And there's our planes, but we have to wait an extra turn, I think, because this costs 7, and this will cost me 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8. This costs 7, so I'm 1 turn. No, I can do it now. I can do it now. Do I want to do it now? Yes, I do. I want the bodies. Do I want to do it now? It can be done at instant speed. I'll wait to see if he plays something that has 2 health. No attacks. That's annoying. Is he gonna attack? Gonna attack. Okay. I'm not gonna trade. I would rather trade for the 4/4 and punch through with the 2/2. It doesn't matter to me that target an opponent. Target up to 1 creature. matter what the creature is. I'm getting a card draw now. I'm getting a grizzly bear. And a big guy here. I have 2 of these in here, right? So I could put him out there, but I'm going to put him out there. I'm going to attack with both of these guys right now. It's the draw 2 that I'm like most interested in. And he's going to take out the grizzly and take 4 to the face. Interesting. I would have thought he was in a position where he would want to trade. If this comes out here, I won't have the ability to protect. Yes, I will still have the ability to protect my Ice Hide Troll, so that's fine. Good, and I have Trample. So I can punch through. Yeah, what's he got up his sleeve? Because he has a lot of cards in hand. You do have to wonder if he, but still, like at 4 health, like if he was a little higher in health, I'd be like, he's playing me. But I have to believe that he's been on his heels and not giving himself advantageous positions out of desperation, so I'm not as worried. Do I want to take 10 damage? No. Do I want to take 6? Yes. I'll take 6. You're not gonna, you don't have a win condition here. I'll take the 6 to the face yet again. I'm attacking next turn with a total of 13 damage coming at his face. 7 of it is trample. Pump double strike? Is that even a thing he can do with this set? Does he have the mana to put a pump double strike on him as an instant ability? Is that a thing? An instant pump double strike. It would be 2 cards, so there's no 1 card that does that. He's determining whether he concedes right now or not. He takes at least 3 to the face. He has to have a chump blocker. Okay, so he's taking 3 to the face. So he has 2 chump blockers. He's also drawing a card, so he might have 2 chump blockers. See what happens. I also have this guy ready to block as if I need it next turn. Interesting. I guess I'm just attacking. Do I keep the 2/3 at bay? The 2/3 goes through. The most he can block is he loses his Strider. He blocks 4 and he takes 5 to the face. I'm gonna go for lethal now. I don't think he has the ability to stop me. Not with the amount of time he just took thinking about things right there. I think he's screwed. Maybe he took time to think about things because he does have some tricks and he's just like reminding himself which order he plays them out in. All right, I win. Good game. How did this deck go 4-3 at least? The troll's ability pumps its power? What? Huh? No, it doesn't. It makes him indestructible. It doesn't pump his power. What are you talking about? What you talking about? Read the troll. Let me read the troll then. All I remember seeing is indestructible for 2 snow-colored mana. Ice-Hide Troll. Holy shit, he gets +2/+0. I wasn't even looking at that. I wasn't even considering that at any point, guys. Holy shit. I thought I knew that card. So I probably, could I have gotten lethal earlier? That card is amazing.
Yeah, could have dealt with the 6/6 earlier. Boy, oh boy. All right. You taking off? Good luck with your errands. Good luck. Thank you. Bye-bye. I don't think so. See ya. This isn't great. We've had some good luck on our draws so far. This is not good. I need some early game, and I'm worried that I won't have any. But I also don't want to lose my late game. And this is one of my best cards. I'm gonna keep it. Fuck it. I don't know, man. I've got the Glittering Frost. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I'm just really worried about with having a mainly green deck. I don't like losing card advantage because this deck doesn't have a lot of ability to regain card advantage. He's got this card. Okay, a reasonably slow start for him, thank goodness. The 3/2 Boreal Outrider with no... Oh shoot, I should have played my forest. I would have had a turn 3 Old Growth Troll. Darn it. That would have been amazing. Wow, multicolored decks are very big in this set. Which, yeah, drafting is going to be weird because... Oh, really? Oh, really? So he takes out that. That's fine. I've got my turn 4 Old Growth Troll. And he is a 4-drop, let's be real. But I lost my mana fixing, unfortunately. So I don't have my Recruiter to play. I lost my Ramping as well, which meant this guy was coming very soon. He was going to come next turn. Oh man, that really screwed me over, but... Well, I gotta play this guy so that I can get my fixing going here. Do I attack? I think I need to keep a blocker going here. It'll trade, and then he becomes ramp, which brings out my giant, so no, I don't attack. No attacks. We need to get to my giant, my Cinderheart giant. I'm okay with that, the Death Touch, because I'm gonna trade the troll. I hope he doesn't have a trick, because I'm thinking of trading the troll with the Braggart. The Braggart also gives himself vigilance to some extent. What's he doing? Bounding Gold. Oh no. Does it stop its abilities? Can't activate. Activate abilities can't be activated. Damn it. Unless they're mana abilities. That's not a mana ability. It creates an artifact, not the same. Trading the troll is actually a good thing. Because I want my giant. I could blow up the enchantment, couldn't I, if I wanted to? Do I want to? I could, oh, I blow it up with this. Yeah, I was thinking blowing it up with Binding the Old Gods. You're right. I got that utility. A 1-for-1 plus a little bit of speed. 1, 2, 3. How much mana can I spend right now? I can spend, add 2. Probably 1. I'll probably create the artifact token because I want to start initiating this guy's ability. And I'll play this. So next turn I'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, which can cast my giant. You can go through. No blocks. I'm getting low, which scares me, but my board position's getting real nice. Oh my goodness, my board position's getting real nice. And I have card advantage as well. I'm not even gonna, I don't need to worry about the Lindworm yet. I'll destroy the Lindworm when I'm ready to attack. Or maybe I'll start attacking right away. Maybe I will destroy the Lindworm. Oh. What does this saga do? I better read that real quick. Put a +1/+1 counter on up to 1 target creature, and he gets to do that twice in a row. I'm attacking. Let's go aggro. Let's start punching through. We've got trample as well. This thing exiles a creature with the greatest power among creatures your opponent controls. So in one more turn, he will exile my giant. So I might as well start attacking with him. But you thought maybe I should trade? Should just have, maybe you're right. Well, no, because he knew he was going to exile, so he wouldn't have wanted to trade. He would have chumped, probably more likely. But you can't chump a trample. I don't know what he would have done. I don't know why he didn't attack with his worm, honestly, because he knows that he's about to exile eventually. I don't know. He'd rather it for defense so he didn't take face. It's really hard to know his motivations there. I want to use my Ice Shaper before the end of turn. I gotta remember that. I'm taking 9. I don't want to take 9. I'll take 5. Wait, what's going on with these guys? Vigilance, lifelink. I'll take 5. I think I can survive with 6 in the face. So I'm on the defensive now. I got a chump. I'm ready to put out a chump. It's probably smartest to put out the chumps now instead of... This guy isn't going to get anybody for me out of my deck, sadly, but I think maybe... How much can I afford? I can also, this is instant speed, isn't it? And he might have forgotten about it if I don't hover on it so long. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. That's enough to put out. I'm gonna lose this guy next turn, so I'm attacking with him. Oh, it would be a tapped 4/4. Something to think about. Yes. So maybe I should then. Maybe the smart decision is Rootless U and Volt Robber for chumping for now. Oh, I still have enough mana to do both. Do I want to lose my Rootless U to trade that, or do I want to chump block? I'm gonna chump. Yeah, I could recruit the giant back. You mean with this? It will take setup, won't it? This might be smarter anyways, just keep more bodies than less, because at 6 health, I want versatility. Like I want more bodies for trading than I want dominance right now. It's harder to answer multiple bodies than one big one. So yeah, this might be the best play, and now I'm set up for potentially recruiting my giant back. And does this goes back to my hand? So, all right, I think I've gotten control of the board finally, and he only has one card in hand. Might bait removal to get rid of your recruiter. That could be true too. That's a good point. Oh wow. Okay. Does he have tricks? I don't think he has tricks. Not based on what I've seen him playing. I'm only going from gut feeling, not paying a lot of attention to how he's played his hand, but I don't think he has. I think he just wants to thin the board. I think, yeah. This is advantageous to me, in my opinion. And I have nothing I can go get. I feel like that was a poor decision on his part, especially knowing that the Rootless U dying could have gotten me an extra giant, which it didn't, but it could have. Oh boy, yes. Wait, where'd my giant go? Where'd my fucking giant go? Did he get somehow exiled by somebody? What happened? God damn it. Ah, whatever. I'm happy to bring back the Rootless U. The enchant exiles it. Oh. I
guess he really didn't like the look of my red-green guy out there that could start doing whatever he wanted soon, like drawing into stuff, and the Saga exiled it. Claiming prize. Was not expecting this deck to go this far. What the fuck, man? I don't understand Magic. I clearly don't. It's fun to play. I'm not great at it, but it's fun. And that's not to say, like, that if you, like, I don't want to say that because it seems like Magic is hard to get into, because you're watching this maybe as somebody who hasn't gotten into Magic and be like, oh, that's not great at it? Well, that's not fun Magic. Like, the way the Fraser talks, he still considers himself not great at it. You don't need to be great to have fun. What I mean when I say I'm not great at it is that I'm not a chess mind. I can't take into consideration a ton of things at once like some people can. I can't think too many turns ahead. I might with some, like I could possibly with some discipline, but I get too bored with playing that way. I have to mulligan. I want to keep, but I have to mulligan. If I don't draw into land, I'm really fucked. But I do have 3 drops. All I need is 1 land for early game. Fuck it, I'm keeping it again. I have to use it for a forest, which seems redundant, considering it's my main color, but I can foretell my removal. There's another forest. I'll foretell my removal. I can foretell both pieces of removal, but next turn I'll be playing probably the Outrider. Okay, I'll play the Outrider. Hope it doesn't get removed. That thing that they just played gives their creatures haste. I'll be up against some pretty good decks now. Oh, I thought this was a 2/3. No blocks then. I'll take the 5. Oh, I only took the 3. Yeah, okay. You know what? Let's make him think about this as a racing situation. Let's make him reconsider his aggression. If he sees that maybe I'm okay. Oh, he's got a fucking lifelink though. That's what I had to, like, that's why he thinks this is okay. He's doing a net 6 life difference per turn. Oh, fuck. He's really happy to race. Holy shit. I need to see if he has any answer to that first. He doesn't. Yet another forest, just so I can play my 4-drop. I don't know. It's interesting what's going on here. I don't know that I'm completely out of this. It looks grim, being down to 8 on turn 3 or 4. This will be a 5/5 when it comes out, if I keep my Boreal Outrider. There he goes again. So I take 7. He squashes. I take 6 to the face. I get my guy back. This is fucking insane.
let's stop the haste. Right now. I don't like that. I didn't think that would come in so much handy for him. I guess, now we attack for... This is insanity! Darn. Wow. I don't think I could have played that any other way, especially not knowing how this game works, but having multiple treason in there, he went hard into one strategy and it worked out for him. Like, if that doesn't work, if that deck doesn't work, that deck doesn't work. Like, he got, I feel like a coin flip. I don't know the set super well, but I feel it was a coin flip to get where he got with that deck. Because, like, if it fizzles, you're fucked. Like, there's no answers. Whereas, you know, like, late game decks like mine are much more easy to stabilize in the limited format, in my experience. Once again, I don't know the set really well, but I have a feeling that that doesn't happen a lot. So Magic just completely froze. Looks like my stream's still going, but Magic completely froze. All right, let's do one more draft. That was a fun run. Let's do one more. Connection lost. Wow. How often does this fucking happen? As somebody who, like, uses primarily a tablet in my day-to-day computing, when I see hard crashes, I'm like, how the fuck does a hard crash how is that acceptable ever? Because on an iPad, programs never crash, period. They never, ever, ever crash. So, like, being a tablet user, I'm just like, are you kidding me? A hard crash? I have no idea what I want to draft this time, but I'm thinking I wouldn't mind equipment. I don't know how valuable it is. I use Adobe products, so I'm used to hard crashes. Yeah, like, to me, a hard crash is just one of the most unacceptable things in any app. But I'm a very demanding user. But it's also why I love using a tablet, and I like consoles because it's less likely to happen on consoles. All right. So that was a really good run for what I thought that deck was going to do. It was looking really dark at the very beginning. But we ended up with 5 wins, so we almost got an entire draft back. Let's play again. Hugo keeps raising his head to look at me. Good boy. I only have gems to spend. All right, everybody. One more. I'm not sure if I'll get through my run today, but let's see how we can go with another draft. Cyclone Summoner, 7/7. When it enters the battlefield, you cast it from your hand. If you cast it from your hand, return all permanents to their owner's hand, except for giants, wizards, and lands. Huh. That is pretty big. But how often could this end up in my opponent's favor if there are a lot of cards that trigger when they're played? Are red-blue giants a thing? Icehide Troll MVP again. I love Icehide Troll after that run that I just did. Otherwise, there is Immerstrom Skullcairn. For 1 black, 2 red, and generic, sacrifice it. It deals 3 damage to target player. That player discards a card. It only happens once. That's no good. I'm not big on this card either. So slow, so expensive. Flying Trample. It gets +2/+2 until... Yeah, that's really expensive. It slows you down a lot. To me, the best cards in here, 2 damage to a creature or planeswalker. If you control 3 or more snow permanents, deals 3 damage instead. So it's a lightning bolt if you have lots of snow permanents. I think... Okay. Is my... I feel like my proper controller configuration didn't start. Okay, there we go. I think it's now fine. Let's get it because it's fun. I don't like that it really forces me into one color. Well, it doesn't. It doesn't. Not in this set. Not in this current set, but it's a bomb. A little bit of a bomb. Oh, hey. Another Binding of the Old Gods. I love it. Or a dual land. Let's see. Run amok. I'm just not even going to look at much else and just go for the amazing removal. So versatile. Blizzard Brawl. Choose a creature you control and target creature you don't control. If you control 3 or more snow permanents, creature you control gets +1/+0 and gains indestructible until end of turn. Very situational. This works everywhere, so maybe we're green, black, blue. Snow-covered island. Generates treasure tokens. Rune of Speed. A Warden. Glade Warden. Changeling. Exile a creature card from your graveyard. Put 2/2/2/2 counters on target creature. Exile a creature card from your graveyard. I saw a person using this on me to some effect. This guy used against me. And we're not going into red, really, I don't think, yet. Enchanted creature gets +3/+0. A 5/5 for 5. Good for ramping into. This is a 3/3 for 4. Only as a sorcery. I like that utility and value, and you know, counters are relatively permanent. This is a nice 2-drop and ramp. Three good green cards here. Blue cards, not as much. I like this. But 2-drops I feel are the most valuable. I'm gonna take the Sculptor of Winter. I really like good 2-drops. I've passed this guy a lot, not huge on him as a 4-drop. I think there's much better in that slot. And it's not hard to wait and see if you get a good one in that slot. Like I feel a lot will be available late. Rune of Flight, enchant a permanent. When it enters the battlefield, draw a card. So this is like kind of a free card in a way, because you get a card back. And enchanted permanent is a creature, it gets flying, but if you put it on equipment, the equipment gives flying. That seems pretty good. Enchant creature, when bind monster enters the battlefield, tap enchanted creature, it deals damage to you equal to its power. Enchanted creature doesn't untap during its... So you're taking damage first. It's cheap removal. It's not permanent. This could still be removed or bounced or whatever. I don't love this removal. Return non-land permanent to its owner's hand. We're also looking for stuff that triggers when it plays, because that could combine well with Cyclone Summoner. Or we go into giants a bit more with this red giant because of this down that route. I think I like the Rune of Flight the most. I think we'll see more of this guy. I like that this gives me a card back right away. Oh, but this is also 3 damage to any target, including face, which you don't see a lot of in this set. If a creature is dealt damage in this way, it gets +5/+0 until end of turn. So you got, yeah, maybe this is better. But you get the stuff back, and this is punch through, especially if I'm going to maybe run giants. I can punch through with the damage with the Rune of Flight. It's pretty pricey, this card. It's almost like passing a turn. Early game. I'm taking the Rune of Flight. I really like the versatility of it and the card draw. You may sacrifice a creature. When you do, Kurder's Vicious Return deals 3 damage to any target. So here's some... That's the same as the removal I just passed, kind of, except it costs black mana too. But we're going to be splashing at least a bit of black because of Binding of the Old Gods. So the question is, do we go into red? Each player, you guys are telling me red is also giants, so that could help us going into giants with Cyclone Summoner. Changelings would also be considered giants or wizards. Interesting. Good to keep in mind. Each player discards a card. Then, return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Put a +1/+1 counter on it. Oh, this is pretty good. It also gets you a card back. A couple other good stuff. These don't look, just at glance, don't look like worth drafting over this. This guy's a giant. When he enters the battlefield, creatures you control get +1/+0 and haste until end of turn. You can foretell him as well and cast him for 1 less red mana. I like this the most. You have to sacrifice a creature to do this, so it's not quite as good as that earlier removal, but we're at least splashing black, and I'm thinking we might be going into red because of the giants thing. I don't know though. Somebody said the 1/4 bird is pretty good. I didn't even read the Mistwalker. Maybe I should be paying more attention. But as my second draft of the day, I'm paying less. Artifact equipment. Cost black. Enters the battlefield. You may pay 2, 3. Create a 2/2 zombie berserker creature token. So for 5 mana, you get a 2/2, plus this thing comes out with this attached to it. So it's a 4/4 for 5 mana. And then you keep this 2/2 equipment. That seems pretty solid. Dwarf Berserker, haste, 3/2. Seize the spoils. Discard a card. Create 2. No, I don't want that. Draw 2 cards. Create a treasure token. Not awful, but Snowlands, red and green, allowing us to go into red and green a bit better. This is like a 5-drop for kind of splashing. I think I'd like the mana fixing the most. You think Seize of the Spoils are easy to get later? Oh yes, equipment's good to put runes on. I forgot about that, and we did pick up a rune already. Yeah, alright. We saw one person use this against me. Basically, you look at the top 3 cards. You put one in your hand, the rest on the bottom of your library. And you get to do this twice. And if you have giants, it's less expensive. It's kind of like a scry. Raven form. Exile target artifact or creature. Its controller creates a 1/1 blue bird creature token with flying. Removal. Ish. They get a chump blocker back. Reach 4/2. A 5/5. A 5-drop for 5. Oh. Pseudo removal. In black. No mana fixing in here. You can do it the second time only if you have a giant. If you have a giant. We have 1 giant so far. Wither Crown. This is pretty good removal. I'm gonna get it. It was used against me and it was quite annoying. Snow-covered swamp available in this pack. Counter target artifact or enchantment. Kennel Master was pretty good. You have to exile a creature from your graveyard to use this. It's removal, but it's quite conditional. It's cheap, though. Or a snow-covered swamp. I feel like we're going to see enough removal that is better than this. Having red. We think we're going to run red, green, black, and blue. I don't fucking know what's going to happen. I don't know. Treasure tokens could help us with all this splash. And it's a 2-drop. I'm going to grab this. I feel it because fixing seems to be pretty valuable. Just get 8 sources of fixing again. Yeah, no big deal. A 3/2 that can be pumped any amount of times you want. We don't have a 3-drop yet. We don't have a 5-drop either. It's just a generic 5-drop, but 5 is the magic number in this. There's some pieces of 4 damage removal in this set, but not 5 damage removal that I've seen. I don't have any snow lands yet to trigger this. 3/2 for 3. I'm just gonna go for the nice, hard to fill curve spot in 5. Or start knowing that these go around quite a bit and we'd only ever want one of them. I'm gonna grab the snow-covered swamp just to give us a, you know, I think that's a worthy grab. Oh, this tabled. Okay. Well, that's easy, I think. Yes, it is. All right, we got a couple snow-covered, and this is some mana fixing. More mana fixing and equipment. The giant that I was hoping to get. Red, blue, black, and green. With 3 pieces of mana fixing so far, it's possible. A 4-drop that creates 2/1 red dwarf berserker tokens, and it can be foretold, but it's only sorcery speed. Versus the raider that discards. I think I prefer this because we might be running a bunch of equipment, and when you have equipment, you want bodies to put them on. Potentially bodies that you sacrifice even. This is a horrible card. How about this one? Look at the top 3 cards of your library, put one of them in your hand and the rest in your graveyard. That's not great either. It's kind of like that other card, but only one time. Duskwielder, maybe. Unlikely. Alright, next deck. Oh, another, okay, a rare saga. Each player mills 4 cards, then you may exile a creature. Oh, we had this played against us. Exile a creature, planeswalker, from each graveyard. Until end of turn, you may cast spells from among the cards, and so we get 2 turns to cast whatever we want from the cards. This is like card draw. Over here, we got this guy. Other creatures you can draw. Oh, we're not looking at white. Invasion of the Giants. Scry 2. Next turn, draw a card. Then you may reveal a giant card from your hand. When you do, Invasion of the Giants deals 2 damage to target opponent or planeswalker. Okay, that's not great. Third turn, the next giant spell you cast costs 2 less to cast. This is so slow. I don't like it. I like this more as pseudo card draw and fixing. This is also fixing in a way. Skull Raid. Target opponent discards 2 cards. This is sometimes quite effective in limited. People are often holding on to bombs for late game. When you play this, if they have 2 cards in hand, then they have no choice but to get rid of those bombs. But I like this card. You only get one of them. Oh, so it's not card draw. Alright, well, whatever. Wait, really? No, you can have... From each graveyard, you can have up to 2. So you get one of theirs, and you can have one of yours, and you have 2 turns to do it. To play them. Yeah. Giant Wizard. When it enters the battlefield, deal X damage to a target where X is the greatest of the creatures that you control, creature types. So if I have he does at least 1 damage because he's his own creature type. But if you have 2 wizards, he does 2 damage. If you have 3 wizards or 3 giants, he does 3 damage. It's interesting. He's a pinger, kind of, at worst. He's a pinger. He pings once. Versus Frenzied Raider, a 2/2, nice 2-drop. Whenever you activate a boast ability, put a +1/+1 counter on him. How many boasters do we have? I don't think we have any yet. None. Slumber Mound. That's cool art. When he enters the battlefield tapped. Sacrifice him. Destroy a target land. Create a 4/4 green troll warrior creature with trample. Kind of like that other guy I had. And it can destroy their land? So for 6 mana, you're getting a 4/4 and destroying one of their lands. You're also losing one of your lands. I don't love it. Especially since they know it's coming. This little haste giver. We're missing 3 drops. Draw a card. This guy gives you a free card back, and he can be foretold. That's pretty cool. When this guy enters the battlefield, you may exile a creature from a graveyard. If you do, exile target artifact or enchantment an opponent controls. Oh, A 1/3 with some nice utility. This is tough. This is a good pack, I feel. There's a lot of viable cards in here. Like, what have you guys been saying? Pack mates are really good if we're staying green. Yeah, I mean, the fact that we get a card back for playing him, and the fact that he can be played on turn 3 as a 3/3, which is what you'd like to, for only 2 mana. We may want to... Oh, and this is the Mistwalker you said earlier is not bad. +1/-1 until end of turn. And it counts as anything we want. Exile target creature. Oh! Oh, well. I think we have to just take the removal. We only have 1 good piece so far. 2. I think we just have to take the removal. It might have just made our decision for us. We need... Removal's king. And unlike what I was seeing with Innistrad, removal seems a bit less plentiful as Innistrad. Innistrad seemed to have as much removal as you want. If you had a few of those, you could cut green. It's just the binding that's making us run green, yeah. Green might be splashable just for the binding. We could get rid of the Sculptor, potentially, and just keep the binding and use a piece of treasure to cast binding when it comes, because we have multiple cards that get us treasure. Welcome back, Okairi. Enchanted creatures reach in every creature type. Here's a piece of equipment. Enters the battlefield, you may pay 2 if you do create a 1/1. So this is a body in a way. It's like kind of fits into the curve as a 3-drop, and we need 3 drops because you get a token that is a 2/3, and then you get the leftover equipment. So that's pretty good, but we are thinking about cutting green, aren't we? Because we only really have 1 strong green card, whereas we have quite a lot going on in the red and black and blue. The bow is sweet to me because it sticks around afterwards.
after the token dies. Here's a nice, I like this 4-drop, but we do have lots in the 4-drop area right now. Choose one. Return target card from your graveyard to your hand. Creature card. Return 2 creature cards that share a creature type to your hand. Card advantage, potentially. Depart the realm. Return target non-land permanent to his owner's hands. A hawk. Draw a card, then discard a card for mana. That's cool. I like that. Pilfering hawk. That seems... You get to draw the card first. You don't have to discard first. You draw the card first, which has some good... That's kind of nice.
You could really... that could really work out well. I think I like this more, and I'm thinking about going stronger into black-blue. We've got a piece of red-blue. We got a nice piece of removal in black that is less splashable. It can't even be foretold, so it's not too super splashable. So if we want that to be viable, we have to go into black. We're thinking of splashing green just for binding the old gods. I'm not married to red right now. Red isn't super necessary, even though red has the piece of fixing. It's more like a black-blue thing going on. I don't know about the green. I thought we'd be stronger into colors right now, but his creature type is Giant Coward. That's amazing. I'm gonna take the Hawk. I like its ability. It can get me through. It can let me discard lands to, like, you know, get through some bad draws in the late game. 2 sagas to choose from here. Both are in blue, but both have the colors that we're least in. Mill 3, return 2. This doesn't look that great. This one, gang 2 for each foretold card. No, that's no good. Titan, not super splashable. Well, maybe with the foretell cost. The Strider is pretty good. I prefer, I think, the Strider here. He's a giant wizard. Frostpeak Yeti can't be blocked. Punch through. The 4/4 or the 3/3 that can't be blocked. 4/4 potentially, if you spent the right mana, taps a creature that can't untap. I'm gonna go with the Strider because of that, and I think we may end up with enough. We have 1 piece, 2 pieces of Snowlands here so far. Ooh, shit! I loved this guy. Guys, Svella made it this far into the 5th pick. Isn't that wow? And there's nothing left in this pack, so there's not a lot to have to worry about not taking Svella for right now. So even if we, but this is gonna lean us harder back towards green. Red green. Horizon Seeker's not bad, especially for mana fixing, allowing us more splashing. I'm not seeing anything else that's really, like, I mean, the Raven is nice as a flyer, but I'm leaning back towards green again. This is so weird. Magic is weird. Alright, we've got Squash, which is 6 damage to a creature, and if you have a giant out, it only costs 2 mana. Otherwise, it's 6 damage. This is a good piece of removal in red. When you cast your next instant or sorcery spell with mana of 4 or less, copy that spell. You may choose new targets for the copy. Oh, that's interesting. But situational. Oh, it's one of these again. Blue-black. I don't think I need multiples. I think I'm going to take this removal. in red. Here's a blue Undersea Invader Flash, but it enters the battlefield tapped, but it allows you to leave mana open to play them. 5/6 for 6 mana. Thought Thief enters the battlefield. Look at the top card of the player's card. You may put that card in the graveyard. No. Raven Wings. Here's another piece of equipment. Equipped creature is +1/+0 and has flying, and is a bird in addition to its other types. It equips for 2. Giving more flying to my creatures. My giants late game, that could be big. It's either the giant or the wings. We already have a lot of late game here. This would be like one of our last late game picks, I think. And it has the potential to be replaced later versus some equipment, but it's not a super strong equipment. Like, I mean, but flying with giants? I'm gonna take it. You advise against the wings. Why? You'll run into a wing breaker. Oh, it opens your guy up to be destroyed? Why do you make me second guess myself? I think we'll see more of this. Is this guy a good 3-drop even without his, if you don't care about his ability? I have a spot where I need 3 drops. Fine, I'll take the giant. Hey. This is looking a bit better now that I have so many giants. Scry 2, draw a card. You may reveal a giant among them. When you do, it deals 2 damage to an opponent, or only to opponents, not to creatures. And then I may have to reveal the surprise that's coming. Or Skull Raid. Alright, Giant Saga. It's fun, so I'm taking it. Another giant type thing. Another giant. How many fucking giants do I need? I need a good early locking the board game if I'm going to be going this hard into giants. Another giant. Another giant. No, he's a Yeti. I don't even know what I'm doing. I'm not going to look at white at all. Counter target artifact or enchantment. I'm not going to use that. Raven form. Pseudo removal. Might end up using it. Flash. Enchanted creature. Not going to use this. Alright, what did we get? Another giant invasion. Do we want to run this crazy ass, really dedicated to giants deck? What is this guy? Whenever another non-token elf or berserker you controls dies, you draw a card and you lose 1 life. Well, that's easy to remove. Too easy to remove to really care, I think. Elf cleric. Whenever it enters the battlefield, choose 1. Each opponent loses X life, where X is the number of creature types that you control in common. Gang X, where X is the number of... Okay. No. Ruined Crown enters the battlefield. You may search your library or hand and reveal and/or graveyard for a rune card and put it onto the battlefield attached to Rune Crown. Or if you search your library this way, shuffle. Equip creature is +1/+1. This will go get that 1 piece of rune that we have so far. That's it, though. We only have 1. Fuck it. I'm just gonna like go super giant. It's gonna be fun. We'll see. Here's a piece of removal. Deals 2 damage. That would have popped, maybe even tabled, since we already saw it tabled, but fuck it. I don't know. Crush the Weak deals 2 damage to each creature. If a creature dealt damage this way would die, exile it instead. You can also foretell it. I might grab that. Look at the top card. It also is nice giant flavor. Look at the top card of your library. If it's a snow card, you may reveal it and put it in your hand. No. Reckless Crew, create X Red Dwarf Berserker creature tokens, where X is the number of vehicles you control plus the number of equipment you control. For each of those tokens, you may attach an equipment you control to it. No. We don't have enough of either to care. There's another Yeti. I think I'm going to take the removal here. Do you see anything else here that stands out? Need some land fixing? Well, that's assuming that I'm going to use black at all. Let's look at here. We have a piece of pseudo removal. I'm going to take these out just to... We have this piece of equipment that, yeah, we might run. It could be a body. Let's leave it in there because it's a 5-drop. It's a 4/4 on turn 5. So we should adjust our curve according to this. I'm not sure about green. Well, no, we can splash green. We can flash green. But can we splash black? I'm gonna take out this betrayal. Because we have Binding the Old Gods, that's why we want to, and we have Feed the Serpent. It's true that this makes it easier to splash black, and maybe we really want to, so yeah, let's take it. Ice Tunnel. Fixing our deck. Take Ice Tunnel out of here for the looking at everything. Take Squash out. What else isn't a creature? Take out Feed the Serpent. Take out the Invasion, so we can really focus on this curve now. We have to remember that this goes higher in the curve. Okay. Boast, okay, blah blah blah. Snowland, don't necessarily need that. A Vigilance. Okay, here's some mana fixing in green. And it's a nice early drop for potentially like just chump blocker later, or what is this? Gets creatures from our graveyard and brings them back tapped, which is powerful with big creatures like giants. In fact, if milling happens, we may even get a giant for cheaper than we should have. 6 mana instead of 7. That could be interesting. Or we get a flyer that keeps on drawing cards, discarding. I think the mana fixing is most powerful here, especially since we really want to run that Isabella and keep green in our deck. A second piece of mana fixing could really let us figure stuff out here. Icehide Troll is amazing, but I don't know that we have enough snowlands to make them work. Giant's Amulet, artifact. When Giant's Amulet enters the battlefield, you may pay 4 mana. If you do, create a 4/4 blue giant wizard creature token, then attach Giant's Amulet to it. So for 5 mana, we get a 4/4, and the equipped creature, it's a 4/5 because it'll get +0/+1, and this creature has hexproof as long as it's untapped. That seems really good. Though it's not, it won't synergize with the other giant cards, because while it's a giant token, the card that casts it isn't a giant, so it won't get the mana acceleration. But I like that it gives hexproof to untapped creatures. Oh, but the U is gonna go get our giants. The Bog Strider slows the board. We have 3 giants to fetch, and then an Undersea Invader. And it wants to go get power or toughness. It could go get all of these guys. I think this guy's best, even though I'd like more mana fixing. I'm gonna put him in there. Boreal Outrider gives pluses. This gives ramp if we had more snowlands. We really just don't have snowlands. We have 2. Oh, we have 3. It's a grizzly bear at worst, and it might accelerate us. it might ramp us. This is not a card that I want to look at. This could get us towards our snowlands because of the ability to look through our deck. The Recluse is just a blocker. Well, it's not even. It's weird. It's a weird blocker. 3 or more creatures that share creature type put a +1/+1. Is this guy good? Like, with the amount of... I mean, we don't have a lot of changelings, so I don't think it is that great. Later, it would work with the giants, but, like, that's so late that why would a 2/4 have a huge effect on the game? It does count as a giant, but... I'm thinking of just grabbing this to potentially get our snowlands. Maybe that like could give us a better chance of getting mana fixing / our snowlands. It feels like an okay pick here. Yes, you are correct. Okay is the word. All right, let's get the snowlands. We need them for the ramping. Because remember, we have 2 of this Sculptor of Winter, so that's ramp if we have the snowlands to do it. Saw it coming. Counter target spell, foretell. Or yet one. Do you think we need one more giant? Or should I take the counter spell that can be foretold? We don't see a lot of counter spells played in Limited, and for that reason this could be a big surprise to them. I think that's a better giant than the 6-drop you have currently. Like, I could run it instead of the Undersea Invader. A 5/6 versus a 4/4 that can be foretold. That is key. It can be foretold, so in essence ramped a bit, but it's only a 4/4 versus a 5/6 that can be flashed, but it comes out tapped. Let's stick with the giants. Run ashore. The owner of a non-land permanent puts it on top of their or bottom of their library. Okay, that could unstick a pacified giant or return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. Borrow a creature, get rid of a chump blocker. We can foretell this to get some early game going, some blockers, removal on the board. Artifact or land. This fixes. This is mana fixing and its utility for destroying artifacts. I don't know that I'd run much of any of this. What do you guys like the most out of this? Because of the foretelling, I am thinking of the Dwarven reinforcements just for some little bodies to trade for the little creatures earlier game, because we don't have a lot that we want to do that with early, but they are waiting till turn 3 to come out. Firewalker for the curve. He is a 3/2 body on turn 3, and we don't have many 3-drops. Though this guy's also, it's like, who's better? This guy also comes out on turn 3. Assuming that you don't draw him on 2/3, he comes out on 2/3, but you have to spend something on turn 2. This lets you, if he's attacking, that's interesting. Yeah, sure, let's just grab the 3-drop. Okay, so some stuff tabled from that set, that pack where we, I think, took the saga from. Look at the top card of your library. If it's a snow card, you may reveal it and put it in here. Okay. Mistwalker.
Here's another 3-drop. A good blocker. Versus a 4-drop that can't be blocked. And I do like, I think we have a decent amount of snowlands now. Just like 4. That could end up working. Hi. But yeah, you're right. Mistwalker I've passed a few times, and it's a really good blocker for me. Fits well in the curve. Boast, Haggy Mob deals 1 damage to any target. Nah, it's too expensive. We're looking for, well, there's nothing left to look at anyways. I don't think I'll run anything that I'm seeing here, so let's take the 1-drop, I don't know. Raven form, pseudo removal, which I think we might need 1 more of, or 1 more giant. Do we need? Oh, the friggin' mana fixing tabled. Oh, nice. Didn't expect that. Undersea Invader, don't want that. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Another 3-drop in black, and I think we are running a splash of black. It's got lifelink, which can regain us a little bit of board. I don't think we need another giant. Maybe this 3-drop will work in our deck. This is also kind of a 3-drop. Potentially, yeah, free. Oh, he's not bad. Let's see what we have.
What's with these bots in the chat today? This tech thing they keep saying. I don't know what this bot shit is. They're probably swarming YouTube. Every so often you see an uprising of some kind of bot. Alright. What's for dinner tonight, Beck? Oh! Yummy. I'm gonna get leftover shepherd's pie. Is it nice out today?
Yeah, gorgeous.
It's supposed to be even nicer tomorrow. I think tomorrow we won't do a show. We're gonna go out and we're gonna go to a Christmas vegan market. No better thing for us, right? All right, here's what we're running, guys. Svella 8 Ice Shaper goes in right away. It's amazing. We're looking at a big late game here. So we want a nice early curve as well. I love the mana fixing we got in the end. It's all about the late game though. Oops, I don't know that we want the Undersea Invader. I do like this Hawk for kind of like getting through some stuff early on. That 4-drop's not bad. Another 3-drop. Do I want the 5? We have 17 in here now. I should actually reconsider maybe... he's mana fixing over the Hawk as a 2-drop. This is actually some difficult decisions. I don't think the Master goes in at all. Huh. Oh, the Cyclone Summoner I forgot about. We might run 18 creatures, but the question is, does the Vault Robber go in for fixing? I think it should. It's also kind of ramping. Ish. Pilfering Hawk, I think, is less likely to end up getting used. I like his ability to block. So 18 creatures, Mistwalker blocking. Got some early bodies, some ramp. Remember, we need some bodies to target with Sentinels if we want to fix, so I don't know, maybe the Hawk should go in there too. This isn't gonna give me Snowlands if I do it to a snow creature, will it? Probably not. Let's look at our other cards, and then I'll come back to that Hawk, maybe. I'm not sure about the Hawk. I'm just gonna get this out here. So our removal ended up being the rather expensive but perfect
4 mana. The Wither Crown pseudo removal, I'm not going to put that in yet. Expensive but cheap if you have a giant squash. This should be considered bodies. Anyways, let's look at these sagas. The sagas are going to help me get to my giants. Oh yeah, if I'm scrying like this, I don't need to worry about the hawk. I don't think I'm going to run the Vicious Return. It requires a sacrifice. It returns a card from my graveyard with haste, though. We're running this. Yes. This is splash. But will it initiate? Will it go through 4 damage to give us the splash? It's also ramp. This is difficult. This would be better. Wow, we have a lot of choices here. I didn't even put in the rune yet, which is good with the giants, right? Do we need 2 Cinderheart Giants? Especially since I have the ability to bring, like, to go get some from my deck. This is essentially like a giant, going and getting them out of the deck. This is a giant too. I don't think we need 2 Cinderheart Giants. Actually, I would rather run... Well, this foretells, so that's also like ramp. Mistwalker, Invasion, Sculptor. One, 2, 3 pieces of Snowland. 4 pieces of Snowland.
Is that enough for the Sculptor of Winters to come in handy? I think it is. You just need one of them to show up. And the sculptors are ramping you. I don't see anything else here that I need to be considering. So the biggest issue here... this is also... Should this be swapped out for a 4-drop, or a 5-drop? Because it essentially is a 5-drop. Would it be for the... Bergstrider? It's a giant, so we want to keep that in. Would it be for... No, you don't want to get rid of the Rootless U. So I don't think we'd run the Helm. I'm gonna get my suggestions of land here now, just so I can... They think I should run a single swamp. We don't have to worry too much, yeah, because we have multiple pieces of fixing. 6 forests, 3 mountains. It's an interesting looking deck. I don't... The only real thing I guess I'm thinking about is like... This? I don't think that. I think that's too slow. An extra giant. I like the curve of the giants here. Pseudo removal I don't care about. I guess it's the Draugr's Helm and the pick that I was thinking about. I think I like how this is looking. Let's play with it once and see how this goes. I'm really interested to see how this plays out. It's a very interesting deck. I love the 2 sagas for giants that could potentially cast us some really early giants. It's got a scary looking ramp. It's got really good 2-drops. Yeah, let's see how this goes. Which one drop did I leave in there? Do you have more trust in this deck than the last? I have no idea. I really don't know what I'm doing. I can't even guess. Oh, I love this card. This isn't horrible. I'm gonna keep this. Because this guy fixes the hell out of my deck. He might not stick around though. He's a major target for removal. Technically, I could enchant a land with this. The Rune of Flight. So, do I want to play the Firewalker with the hope? I think I do. With the hope that he'll remove this. If he has the ability, then remove this guy. Put a little pressure on him, force him to use some removal, hopefully. Because I'd like to keep my Shaper around. Might even be able to, no, I'm going to keep the Flight for a Giant later to punch through for the final damage that I might need to win a game. This guy's a Platinum drafter. I'm only a lowly Gold. Attacking, I wouldn't mind trading. He doesn't want to. He did a foretell a card, which means he might have a piece of removal over there. He might have discard though. I might have to lose my Rune and my Berg Strider. I'd rather not lose my Cinderheart Giant, but how much casting cost would I need for that? I can get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can cast my Berg Strider next turn. The Cinderheart Giant wouldn't be as soon. I would have to invest some turns into the Ice Shaper to get the Giant. At least one turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2 turns. Or a turn and a land drop, and I'd get the Giant out soon. He didn't have anything. Okay. Enchanted creature gets +2/+2. Exile Spectral Steel from your graveyard. Return target aura or equipment from your graveyard to your hand. Okay. Interesting. So I don't want to attack this turn. My plan right now is to use Savella Ice Shaper next turn. I don't think he's going to attack. He doesn't want to open me up for a big race here. I'm really wondering what he's got in hand. I have to be careful of that. That could be discard. So I might want to, like... Yeah, I think I want to get my Giant out of my hand sooner than later. He's mana screwed, which is good. Oh, he's opening me up. All right. He's going to deal 4 damage and get net himself 4. But it's not an advantageous time for me to block. So I'm going to let it through. Next turn I play my Cinderheart Giant. Okay. Who's he targeting? Oh, he has to boast, I see. Alright. That's fine. I'm gonna keep the... Can I play the giant? No, I can't. He's got a piece of removal in hand. He has, it can't be discard. I think he would have used it by now. Maybe it is the discard, but I'm gonna put out there my, if it might be perfect removal. Let's see. It might be discard 2, but with the Ice Shaper out there, I can start looking at the top. How does this work again? Look at the top 4 cards in your library, then you may cast them without paying the mana cost for 8 mana per turn, and I have the mana to do it soon. Okay, so Bounding Gold Enchanted can't attack, can't block, crew vehicles can't be activated unless they're mana abilities. So I'm letting through that. It's time to start using this guy's ability. And I can use him to tap. That's annoying. Do I want to have it? I'm gonna start playing a little more conservatively here. I'm gonna have some bodies to block him with. He's mana screwed. That's something to keep in mind. No attacks, end turn. Somebody's reminiscing about my episode where I opened 1,000 Hearthstone packs that I'd earned from drafting. That video didn't end up getting a lot of views. I thought it would by saying 1,000 Hearthstone packs, but I guess what I missed was a thumbnail that had googly eyes on it. Too bad I refused to debase myself. Alright, he's attacking. He might have some surprises, but past the blockers. I think we will... Is he gonna give his guys, all his guys, a buff? Is he gonna like 3-for-1 me here? I don't know the set enough to care. I'm confused. Is it gonna happen, or am I just gonna get an even trade? Evenish trade? Not really. Because, oh yeah, he loses the aura. It was an aura, not a equipment. Create a 4/4 white Angel Warrior token with Flying and Vigilance. Until end of turn, angels you control gang destroy target creature with power less than this creature's power. So they can destroy a small creature next turn. Flying and Vigilance. We have to stop the bleeding, so I need a blocker out there. And I get to draw a card, so... And then I'll go get myself a giant, I suppose. Which is good. Oh, I can return all my stuff to my hand and his hand. when I go get the right giant with Rootless Ewe, because I have that big blue giant that's gonna go get. It's a 7/7 that costs 7, and it's gonna return all permanents, and that's a good thing for me because I want my giant back. What's he got in hand? Spectre Seal. You can return it to his hand if he wants. So now he knows that the summoner's coming. If I play the summoner before this finalizes, this will go back to his hand, and I don't want that. It doesn't bounce Giant's shit, that's the bad. Oh, but it will bounce its aura, so that turn, Cinderheart Giant will attack. I forgot about that. Yeah, that's something to keep in mind. And it won't bounce this guy either. What a win condition. Angels you control have double strike till end of turn, so that fizzled. And next turn, I'm potentially attacking for 11. Unhindered. This will fizzle. Unfortunately, I'll lose my icy mana lift. That's gonna go away. Well, dude, since this is gonna come back to my hand, this should be one of the things that gets tapped. Stupid computer. It also used the wrong mana. It should have given me the ability to cast this when it chose which mana, but it didn't. Sometimes the computer doesn't know exactly what to use because it can't see that far ahead. So we know what he has in hand. We have some trample. He has one foretold card that he still hasn't played. So he has chump blockers. We can scry 2 right now. Let's put these on the bottom so that we get closer to a potential giant. Buddy. So I really turned this game around. I don't think he saw what was coming. Like, I mean, he did literally see what was coming because I revealed this card when I got it, but the power for this to send auras that are pacifying giants back to their hand is quite potent. So I can get rid of that aura yet again with Binding of the Old Gods. Do I have a giant I can reveal? I can. Do I win? Phew. I like drafting Magic. I ranked up again today. Guys, today's been quite good. I don't know what I'm doing, but it's been working out. Four-color friggin' deck. Never thought I'd see the day, buddy. Yeah, I think this is okay. I was just thinking, like, we got mana fixing, we got decent lands, we got something to get to the giants. I think we could ramp pretty good here. The Mistwalker will be a target for the Sentinel. Unfortunately, I don't have the mana to currently play. The Invasion of Giants yet. Next turn I will if I want. Look, that card. Hate seeing it. Reach now. Oh, it attaches to that thing. Yeah, sure. Interesting. I thought they would attack. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can cast right now. To get the Craven Hulk out. That's probably a good idea. I need to put some board pressure out there now. Mistwalker can block with the Hulk and still be pretty safe, I think. But I'm not too worried about losing the Mistwalker. I don't want to lose the Sentinel if I can help it because the ramping potential, but I think I might even already be past the ramping spot. Running out of gas a little bit here, but the Invasion of Giants lets me scry
to some more valuable cards. Double life going. Put him on the bottom, because now we're looking at pure giant play in here. Hi. Should I attack with the Craven Hulk? No, I don't want them to gain too much life, so I want them in a position where they're losing creatures if they attack. No attacks, not yet. And I'm gonna keep the Rune of Flight for the big giants. Enchanted creature gets +1/+1. When enchanted creature leaves the battlefield, create a 1/1 white creature with flying. They're still probably not in a position where they want to attack. They're going to put it on the lifelinker. I will trade. Knowing that you don't have anything else to play this turn, I will definitely trade. I think now's the time for pressure. I don't think they have anything that they can do to stop this for 1 white mana, but I don't know the set well. I'm guessing, and I know I don't have the time to ask you for an answer and wait. So, who's gonna die, the Mistwalker or the Giant? Giant dies, Mistwalker stays. They get a chump blocker. They got some life out of it. Now, I draw a card. Now I can reveal a giant from among them. Which giant do I want to reveal? Which one am I going to play? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll be playing... I could play the Cinderheart right now. But I could also attack right now with a 5/4. Which one am I more afraid of with removal target? I think this one will be a better removal target because I want to fly with the other one. And now's a pretty safe time to attack. Putting pressure on them, gonna make them want to use some sort of removal if they have it, so that my Cinderheart Giant go essentially unanswered. Not blocking at all. I thought that we would at least see the Sentinel die in a trade. But I guess they want the more lifelink to claw back some of what they've lost. They get through for 2 damage, and they're giving up another 2 chump blockers. I'm not sure that makes sense. So my Cinderheart Giant is very cheap this turn. Not that it ended up mattering for me. And I'm sitting here with a Mistwalker that can be a 2/4 to block next turn. And I'm attacking with my 4/4. As I can. And he'll probably let it through. Maybe not. Oh, now he's doing the chumping. Okay. I will destroy the lifelinker.
little pal.
How many of you guys are tuning in just to watch you go sleep? Be a little piece of shit. Death touch whenever creature you control deals damage. I know what death touch is. So a death touch just came out 1/3. And he also puts poison counters on running attacks, which I don't have to worry too much about. I'm happy for the Rune of Flight now, so that my Cinderheart Giant can fly over that. Oh, but it'll have reach. It'll have reach. Oh, you put it on the wrong one, dude. Unless he's gonna re-equip it, you put it on the wrong one. Yay. He could have given it to the Death Touch, the reach, which would have made me unable to really do as much with my giant, or have to sacrifice my giant. I get to draw a card when I play Rune of Flight. Ugh. I wish I got something better. Play the Volatile Fjord so that I can get more pumping going for my Mistwalker eventually. Do I want them to know that I have nothing in hand? Why the fuck not? I want board dominance. I think I can end it soon, so...
Is he gonna move the piece of equipment? Does he realize what he did? But now I can punch through again. It doesn't matter if he kills my giant. I can still punch through for 2 damage. Then not a lot. He will potentially be able to slow things down here now. Show's over. He's gone. My turn. Ugh, bad draws though. I might just wait. I don't want him to get removal, but at most, I'm punching through for 2 damage if I do attack right now, so that doesn't really matter. I'll wait. Boring. I have the ability to pump this twice, so it'll go through for 5 damage. Still not enough for lethal, though. Looks like we're both getting some boring draws. Wow. Come on. No attacks. Come on, man. He's got another chump. What's he holding? Has he been holding those same cards the whole time? Some people, really insane tacticians, would pay attention to exactly which cards were in hand versus which ones. Oh, this guy can break through. Versus which ones have moved, like, you know, pay attention to like what cards were just drawn, which ones have been in hand a long time. To me, that should be taken out of the digital game, because in real life, you're gonna hide your cards in your hand so that the opponent won't know which cards, and you're gonna keep shuffling them and spinning them back and forth so they don't know which ones you just drew and which ones you're holding. So I feel like we shouldn't be able to pay attention to which one just got picked up. Because in real life, that strategy doesn't exist. Keeping track. Well, here we go. So everything goes back to their hand except for my giants. I get back... I'm not gonna have to discard, will I, if I do this in 1 turn? The question is this a good idea, or should I attack a little bit with the Frost Peak first? Does he have wizards? He doesn't have wizards. Giants and wizards. Is it lethal? It's not lethal, but it'll be close. It's close enough. Oh wait, the Mistwalker it is lethal. The Mistwalker is a giant. It is lethal. That's a bomb. I forgot about the Mistwalker being a giant. That's nice. Hey, bud. Yeah, Hugo went and got some Monster Gaming fuel. Are you sure though? Because the game very clearly animates the card going to the very left. I thought it like went out of its way to show me that it was going to a certain spot in the hand. This isn't actually that bad of a hint. It doesn't look incredible at first glance, but it's actually not bad. Sculptor Winter won't get to work as ramp yet, though. And now it will. But they kind of nix each other out. Or no, it doesn't. No, it does. The ramp nixes itself out because I can't tap both. Whenever you activate a boast ability, put a +1/+1 counter on the raider. Do I want to be aggressive? This isn't a deck that wants to be aggressive. It just wants to lock the board potentially for later games. So I'm not going to use Binding of the Old Gods. But it does ramp. Am I willing to be that crazy, that aggressive? Because it ramps into my Berg Strider, but I'm gonna get the Berg Strider next turn. I don't need to be this crazy. No, I'm not gonna attack. No attacks. I mean, I might attack. With that. I was hoping he would actually trade, I think. I think that would be a better trade for me. But we're going for a pretty awesome Cyclone Summoner turn. If we're ramping up. Next turn I can play the Berg Strider. Uh-oh. So he does have a super aggressive deck, so I might be playing into his strategy by being aggressive. And he's got a boat here. He's gonna boost this guy permanently? This one will... Oh, it's just haste. It doesn't boast. So this thing, I want to do this. Why won't it let me play? I don't understand. 1, 2, 3, 4. Did not give me a... Oh, I don't have a mountain, that's why. Oh, shit. Well, now I don't have a play. Fuck, I didn't know that.
I'm back, guys. All right, so we've slowed this guy to a crawl, which is what we wanted. I'm a little bit sorry that I played into his earlier strategy, not knowing. Do I have something that can exile? I still don't even have a guy that can exile a creature. I really need the treasure token so I can play my Cyclone Summoner and turn the tables here. So I wouldn't mind trading a creature out. Do I attack with one? I don't even have really, like, bah. I can attack with this guy, forcing him to trade a little bit. He'd only have to trade the 2 tokens. Nah, I think I'm in a better position to just wait still. Just need that extra blue mana, and then I really punch through. And then I leave a 4/4 on the board. I could start attacking with my Firewalker. I don't know. He's counting up the board. He's trying to decide whether he should go aggro. He's got 1 Foretold card in hand, which, with what he has, I don't know. Has he got a big play in hand? He can boast and deal 1 damage to any target he wants at any time. Keep that in mind. So, I want to keep the giant if I can, so I don't want an unfavorable trade there. I don't mind this trade. I like getting rid of that. I want to get rid of him. I want to get rid of 1 other token. That looks fine. And maybe that token. They should give a bit more. I guess I have timeouts, so it wouldn't have mattered if the timer went down. I shouldn't get too crazy. Okay, so we had that, and you guys are probably shouting for the rest of me that was about to happen. Buddy. Buddy. There's the swamp. Still a turn too late, unfortunately. I mean, that's the island that I needed. Yeah, I wasn't able to get it in time. That's too bad. Nobody actually was warning me about that card that was coming. I guess everybody who knows Magic is logged off. Alright, I can see. I looked down in case anybody was like, White has this card, White has this card that he can play. I mean, not much you could do about that either way. Well, it would have been nice to have the information, because I would have, I mean, I did use every blocker I could, but I would have blocked more of the damage, I think. I just got mana screwed there. I should have gotten my extra island at some point. All I needed was 1 island. 1 island, because I had the mana fixing needed. Well, still wouldn't mind the info. If you have it, I'll take it. That he's probably got something. If I knew the set, I would have known that was coming. I guessed that it was coming. I had a feeling it was coming, but I couldn't know for sure. This is a bad opening hand. Wow! Wow!
All right, let's just hope these end up helping me, the invasions. Yeah. And I'll get rid of the Sentinel, because that's not going to help me here. Wow. Maybe I can scry into some early drops. I guess that'll help. That'll work out. Yeah, it'll work out. Sure, why not? I have a forest. I don't need these lands. So I get to play my Yeti next turn at least. Oh, the Yeti isn't a... Oh, it's the next turn the giants cost less, and the Yeti is not a giant. That's something to keep in mind. So I really need to scry in to a giant so that I can actually use that ability, and there is no giant coming. We need a giant to actually use this ability. This does look like a big oof. Still no giant. Wow. Oh man. Oh, what luck. We scryed twice. We got to see a total of 7 or 8 cards and still couldn't find a giant in time to get the benefit of casting into a giant. But all right, we got a Yeti. That's fun. That's fun. Well, it doesn't say that it expires. Oh, that ability doesn't expire. It doesn't say at end of turn, until end of turn. Oh. It does it does... Holy shit, it doesn't expire. So I'm bringing out a turn 5. Oh. And it stacks. The next giant spell you cast this turn costs 2 less. What? It does expire. Well, anyways, it worked out for the Cinderheart because I had 2 of those things, so fuck it. I was giddy because I thought that I had really just ramped hard into Cinderbelt, but I guess Cinderheart is only 7 mana. That makes sense. He's got to have some removal, though. Does he? He's got Death Touch at the very least, but I have Binding of the Old Gods. He's Foretelling, meaning he probably has removal. That's oh, he wouldn't. Would he be able? What costs 1 swamp that would be able to remove my giant next turn? Nothing? Well, that's good. Well, that's good. Okay. And now Bergstrider will stop that Death Toucher. Why did he keep that Death Touch? Like, I thought he was being super confident. And now he can't untap the guy. Why would he do that? That doesn't make sense. He should have kept the vampire ready to block the giant. What else is there foretelling? That he's gonna poison cup? Holy shit, I was not expecting to win that round. That started awful, continued to be awful.
Magic is crazy and chaotic, guys. He sees shadows now because we got him a new laser pointer. So now any little bit of movement, he thinks he's seeing the laser pointer. 3 wins with this deck? I wasn't expecting it. It's fun-ish. It's a little bit super chaotic, so I'm scared all the time. Becky thinks that's funny. See you later, buddy. Okay. This is keepable because of the Scorn effigy and the Jasper Sentinel that can use the Scorn entity to give me anything I want, that then gets me the Ice Shaper, that then creates tokens to get me anything I want, any color I want, so keeping these. I don't like that I'm not playing the first turn. Walker can also help. Next turn I will foretell the Scorn effigy. Then third turn I play it for free along with the Mist Walker maybe, or maybe I'll just bring up the Ice Shaper right away. I don't want the Ice Shaper to get removed because it's pretty critical to my strategy. I didn't block because I'm afraid of what he might have to boost that guy. I don't know if that was the right play. Like, do they have anything that could have, like, pinged after that? If I knew the set better, I would have been able to do better. Oh. Okay. Drew card. That's why he attacked, because he didn't care what happened to this guy. Do I want to foretell him? No. I want to foretell him. So foretell means I can't play this guy. He'll be 0 when he comes out, but I have to wait at least a turn to play him. But can I play him in that person's turn? No, right? Yeah, I can. Hey, buddy. When Herald, King of Scavenger, Scamfer comes into the battlefield, look at the top. I don't even get to read it. Come on. Reveal the top 5 cards of your library. You may reveal an Elf Warrior or a Devour card among them and put it in your hand, with the rest in the bottom of your library in any random order. So he was able to look at the top 5 and grab this Grizzly, basically. This comes out for free. I have available to me now 4 mana. Probably should start building the board. Hey. Let's see if he wants, like, he doesn't have enough mana to play the 5/5 yet, which is scary, but I have the Feed the Serpent ready for it. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Remove the Hulk. That's not going to be your concern soon. Okay if you remove the Hulk. Ice Pummel comes out now. Now, I'll probably play the Ice Shaper. The 5/5 might be on its way here, which means I might have to take him out next turn. With the Feed the Serpent, it's coming. I'll discard my Mistwalker. Glad I had the Mistwalker to get rid of, because otherwise I would have lost a Titan or else the Feed the Serpent removal. I'm gonna call your bluff. Oh, I can't block him? Why? Oh, he's got Menace. Fuck me. Alright. I'm keeping the Feed the Serpent for the next guy. I can just hard cast this right now, I think. I don't think I want to, though. I'm just gonna foretell it. And then I'm going to, probably at the end of his turn, I'm gonna leave the mana open for using Feed the Serpent, but I'm probably gonna use Svella Ice Shaper next. Do we want to be that aggressive? I need blockers, so no attacks. We need to slow this game down until I have a chance to play my giants. Clearly, there's an opening to attack for a decent amount of damage right now, but we don't want to. We're slowing this game down. He's already gotten through for more than I'd like him to have. I didn't notice the Menace. Now his creatures have Death Touch, but that might be okay. Yeah. I'll let the 1 through. I'm probably gonna block the 3 damage though and trade it out for... It's annoying to lose the Sentinel and the effigy, but I think with the Ice Shaper I'll still have enough mana. They're gonna be aggressive, yeah. I think this is worth it. I think with the Ice Shaper, I'm going to have enough mana to cast whatever I want later. But I won't have a red mana, but I will. Gotta stop that bleeding. That's what I have to do. Stop the bleeding. Next turn, I'll probably want to use Feed the Serpent on the 5/5 that's gonna come out this turn. Hey, come on up. Come on up here. Come on. Maybe you get some food or treats or something. They have their own Sentinel. Probably play it safe right now and just take out the 5/5 before they have anything else that can protect the 5/5. I'm afraid that they would. I don't know the set enough to make a more educated decision. What? Whenever a permanent opponent controls is put in the graveyard from the battlefield, put a +1/+1 counter on this card at the beginning of your upkeep. If it has more than 1 or more +1/+1 counters on it, you may remove them all. And if you do, exile each other non-land permanent with mana value less than or equal to the number of counters in its way. Wow. All right. So, every time a creature dies, that thing gets a counter. And at any time, they can remove all of them at once to destroy a creature that has a casting cost less than the amount of counters they took off. I think that if you had something to surprise me and kill this guy with, this could be a big bluff. But he would have attacked with the Sentinel too. But because he didn't, tells me he must not, unless he's just an incredible... He may be really, really thinking, oh my god. No, I'm not. He could grow this. There's a card that grows this, like that could grow him to a 4. He could be really bluffing me. This guy's too important to me to lose, and he knows that. Maybe. Maybe I'm giving him too much credit. I'm letting the 1 damage through. Because if he had a giant growth type card and killed that thing, that gets rid of all of my current game strategy, my current ability to get back into this game. Not worth the risk, I guess. The fact that he didn't attack with this tells me that he didn't have it, but that could also be something he was purposefully telegraphing, knowing that I would think that, you know? Come on, give me a giant out of the top 4 cards. And I didn't get a giant. But I got his Frost Peak Yeti. So I'll play that. He now knows I have nothing in hand. And he probably wanted a counter to start going on this guy, but Big Balls is here for his dinner. Uh-oh. Till end of turn, target creature gets +1/+1 for each creature you control and gains trample. It must be blocked this turn if able. So I lose a 3/3. I block a little bit of damage. I take 5 to the face. That thing gets a +1/+1 counter. He has 1 card left in hand. This is such a sticky situation that I am like desperately hoping. I'm just gonna go all out and hope for my big giant. Let's hope he's in the top 4 cards on my library right now, I think. Although this can be used as an instant. So I could still use this guy as a blocker and then potentially get even better next turn. This guy comes out for 5. I need at least 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're just hoping for the big blue giant. That's all we're doing here. Hoping for the big blue giant. That's fine. Here we go, guys. Let's see. It didn't happen. That would have been epic, sending back his entire board back to his hand in one turn like this. He would have had to discard a bunch because he's already tapped. That's too bad. Can I still survive though? I can't, right? No, I can't. Oh well. Too bad. That would have been amazing. It would have been a beautiful Hail Mary. Let's play one more. I don't know if this deck will win another one, but we'll see. How many hours have we been going? Almost 5. I mean, if the mic died, it means almost 5 or over 5. 5.5. Oh my god, guys. I didn't expect these decks to do as well, so I guess I went longer than I thought. I'll keep this a while. Snicker says quiet. The thing is with games like this too is that I get to sit back like this, so I can go a lot longer than with a normal game where I'm like hunched forward. Here I can hunch forward for a bit, I can lean back for a bit, put my arms above my head. This is actually a pretty good rollout for this deck, I think. Hope y'all are having a cozy season for Christmas. Overwatching was also chill to an extent. I would get quite upset on those shows as well, but I was also quiet, so it depends on what you're into. Now I can boast and start looking for lands, then I'll be able to put out my view. Oh wow, okay. I guess they got mana screwed and they didn't like to look at the board. I've been there. It's you gotta take what you get because sometimes it's gonna be given to you. You know what I'm saying? Silver Quill Apprentice. Getting that on a shirt. I didn't think this deck was gonna go 4 wins either. I don't know what I'm doing, and it's working out. Still going up against, oh, this one's silver. This person's silver drafter. Okay, so we got Sculptor of Winter with no winter lands. We have a Mistwalker. It's a grizzly bear, so let's just use it as a grizzly bear and hope things work out for the best. We have no island to play Invasion of Giants. This is probably a bad hand to keep. So I'm not gonna keep it. I hate it when drafts end like this. It's looking bad, guys. Alright, at least I'll keep these. Buddy, holy crap. What? 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 I'm actually going to keep the U. I mean, if the Horizon Seeker can attack, I'll be able to get into a mountain, which is sooner than the U. So maybe I should get rid of the U. That's probably my best chance for anything happening. But this is like just like how we just won quickly, I think we've just lost quickly, unfortunately. Jasper Sentinel only gives us mana if we have another creature out there to use with it. So it's not going to save us. They just foretold something. Let's hope that they don't guess that I'm mana screwed and I'm desperate. Puts out a wolf, gets a card back for it. Plays a land. Board position's already looking scary. If he can't smell my fear, he might not attack. I desperately don't want him to attack. Foretold another card. Last time I guess it was the... Oh, what do I do? I can't block. I have to let it through. Maybe he'll just think that I'm happy to race. I have to bluff that. So if I go fetch a land right now, which I want to do, I think, or do I just want to get the Hulk out right now? No, I want to go fetch a land. I need it. So I attack. And then I play... Four. That will only happen if I spend that. I just gotta do this. Yeah, I'll attack. I won't fetch the land. Because if I... No, I'm gonna fetch it. And then I'm gonna foretell. So I need to go get a mountain. And I'll foretell. I don't know if that was the right play. Maybe I should have put the Craven Hulk out, but I don't know. Why are they blocking? Oh no. Oh no. Oh, okay. I mean, they could have been worse. It could have been worse. Their deck is doing well here. Oh my god. Well, nice brand. Down to 14 life. There's a blocker. Oh, we'll probably get answered.
At least our big giant that we drafted got us into giants. At least he like, we got to use him. He went off once. That was cool. He's got the Rootless View. Hey. We need something better than that. Getting rid of the U isn't going to get us any closer to victory. Let's hope we top deck a giant. That ended up all being redundant. Is he thinking late game now? Maybe he won't attack. He's got to sacrifice one of the pups, one of the pack mates.
to keep tempo going. To put up. Okay. Oh god. Oh, that's scary. Why wouldn't he attack with the U? Oh my god. Oh my god. Guys. Oh my god. It's a Christmas miracle. What is it asking me to do? Reveal a giant card? Sure. I'll reveal what's coming to him. Guys. Oh my god. It's beautiful. I don't know if this is gonna be a Christmas miracle or not. Like, I think this will do well. Oh, those guys are changelings, so they got to stick around. I also brought Invasion of Giants back into my hand, so I get to use that again. This just completely turned the game around. What is going on? Let's scry 2 to see what's coming. Rune of Flight is coming, which will give me the ability to potentially knock through for final damage. I am close to death with what their board position has though, so I don't want to go too crazy. I'll probably attack with my 4/4s and then keep these guys on the board. I'm not going to attack with the 7/7. I want to swing through with him flying next turn. Oh man, if he's making blocks like that, I don't care if you got the worm. Even if you claw back 4 life, can he cast it this turn? 6. Okay, he can cast it. So he gets 4 life back, but I can cast a bunch of chumps now. I'm going over his head for 7. I can't swing through for lethal. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I don't have lethal. And I want lots of chumps on the board right now. So I'm gonna put out chump. How many mana are left in my hand? 4. I'm gonna have 1 more chump. So might as well make it. He's not really a chump, but he's going out there. That was ridiculous top deck. That was about the only way I was gonna win. Holy crap! It's a Christmas miracle. We didn't get the top deck earlier, but we did now. And I rank up. So anybody who wasn't here from the beginning, that card I played, that giant, has this ability when he comes out. He's basically, what's his name? He's like Tide Giant or something. Like the idea, I'll show him to you. It's good flavor. Cyclone Summoner. He summons a Cyclone. He's a 7/7 Wizard Giant. And when he comes out, when he enters the battlefield, if you cast it from your hand, return all permanents to their owner's hands except for Giants and Wizards, which is him, and 3 of my other creatures that were on the board already, because I had Giants on the board. Yet he had no Giants. He had Shapeshifters, so they got to stay because they count as Giants. So I was able to throw all his cards back into his hand, keep my guys on the board, and attack. And he stays on the board, obviously, too.
And the reason I was able to cast him, I was able to just barely cast him because I tap decked him after playing Invasion of Giants, which triggered and said that the next giant you cost 2 less. Otherwise, I would have been a turn behind being able to cast him, which meant if I didn't get to cast him then, I wouldn't have gotten to cast him the next turn either. So it was either then or nothing when this thing triggered, and I had no choice when that thing triggered either, which is what made that an extra miracle. Because this thing I can't stop once it's been initiated. I had to just pray that I top deck that guy. So he summons a cyclone and sweeps everybody up into the air, and only giants are able to remain because they're heavy enough, is the flavor behind that, which is really cool. 5 wins? What? Somebody in there's reminiscing about how broken Dark Ritual was. I used to play Dark Ritual. All right. The thing that makes that an extra miracle is it was looking so bad. It started horribly, it got worse as we were playing, and then somehow, Jesus, I don't know if I should keep this. It's got the lands I need to give me a good late game. It has, I don't have the cards I need to cast the Feed the Serpent, not even close, so this is like a blank card until late game. I have Scorn Effigy, and this is also very slow to move. I have to mulligan every choice. This is a bit better, so I'll keep it. Play, well, no, it's not a bit better because once again, I don't have the colors I need. I have a Mistwalker to cast on turn 3, but other than that, there's nothing I can play. Got a mulligan again. All right, this is a bit better, I guess. It's not great, but Invasion of Giants will let me play the Craven Hulk on turn 3 instead of 4. I have to get rid of my bigger giant, and I guess I have to get rid of one of the forests? But that doesn't make sense. I don't know what to keep. Like, this is bad. Just get rid of the Vault Robber? Then I don't have a turn 2 play. He creates Treasure Token, which helps me again. This is bad. I can't even play the Invasion of Giants, so that doesn't matter. Ugh. Once again, this is looking grim. But we've gotten out of grim situations before. This is looking horrible though. Once again, I've mulled down to 5 cards. Part of why maybe I'm being so successful today is, have you noticed a single opponent who's mulled? I haven't. People don't mulligan, and sometimes you got to make the hard decisions in mulligan, and sometimes it's going to look grim, but maybe I've been facing opponents who've been keeping hands they shouldn't keep, so there's part of it. It's hard to quantify that kind of success, like you can't see what's going on their side, so you don't know if that's what's winning you games, but maybe it has been. My willingness to make really sad decisions that look like this guy's missed a mana drop, I think this guy missed a mana drop too, so, but he has plays, at least for him. I have no plays though, so it doesn't matter this time, like, I think I'm screwed. Is the Yeti a giant? It's not, so Invasion of the Giants isn't gonna help me there. 1 more mana and I have Craven Hulk. It could be worse, I don't know. Broken, whatever you. In those old days, some cards were pretty wild. Are they gonna miss their 4-drop? No, they played their 4-drop, so yeah. And then my next mana is slow. I don't see myself clawing my way back in here, guys.
I don't have the black mana to play Binding the Old Gods. I'll try to stop some of the bleeding by blocking the score in effigy. I hope I don't lose my robber. Not that it's going to matter. Down to 12 health. They missed their 5th drop? 5th land? No, I don't think they've missed any drops. They just foretold something. They missed their 5th drop? Throw me a bone. They missed their 5th drop. Alright, so maybe. Don't give me false hope, you piece of shits. I have to play the Yeti. Hugo really wants the show to be over. He wants me upstairs. I think that's why he's being so persistent. He's a little bit of a herding cat. Not just that though, like, I mean, it's not enough for him to have everybody in the same room. He also sometimes just wants people in different rooms when he chooses. What's the foretell card they have? I have to jump. I can't allow myself to go that low in health, so I have to at least soak up 4 damage there with the chunk. The Yeti, but the Yeti takes down the effigy. He's laying on my foot, guys. He's laying across my foot. How about you get up on my lap? Everything's dead. And this time I don't think that my top deck would save me, even if I got it. Craven Hulk can't block alone. Four, 6, 7. Eight, 9. So I take 9 damage at least next turn. At least. Lethal might be coming. They finally got their 5th land. Next turn. Could I have my top deck? I don't even know what that is. Alright, so that's a token. That'll go back to his hand if I top deck, but I didn't. Wait a minute. I don't think I'd have the mana to do it. Ah, I didn't. That's the game. I don't know why I said good game, because it wasn't. Some crazy matches today, guys. Thanks for hanging out. Hugo's pissed. 5 wins? We had 2 5-win runs in a set that I've never played before. And I learned as I played. Like, I read the cards as I played. It's pretty impressive. Like, I'm happy with it. I think I got some bad luck and some good luck. I think I went down some weird routes with my decks, but it worked out. It was fun. Playing all giants was quite interesting, especially with those 2 giant sagas that ended up drawing me into giants that I needed. And so I ended up today losing 200 gems. That's it. That's all I lost today. 200 gems, and I played for 6 hours. The value in Magic, and this is all free to play. I've put $5 into the game so far just so I could jump ahead some gems. In my day, if I'd played
this many physical games draft by now. First of all, I would have never gotten the games. If you were lucky, you could get 2 drafts in one night, but that was sad because you were leaving Becky home alone for 6 hours. I don't think I ever really did that. Maybe I did that once. But to play as many drafts as I've played in the last 2 weeks, it would have cost, at least I would have already spent $100 by now just to draft this many times. Maybe more. I may have been maybe closer to 150 by now in cost to drafting this much. It's insane. And I just love drafting. I love it's playing an amazing card-based, it's a collectible card game, roguelike. When you draft, you don't know from game to game. You have no idea what's going to happen. I have no idea what kind of deck you're going to end up with. It's so much fun knowing that, not knowing that, and like having a different landscape every time you play, not knowing what kind of opponents you're going to face, what kind of packs you're going to open, what kind of deck you're going to make out of those packs. And so that's why I've always loved drafting. But drafting it depends on how you balance it, whether drafting's expensive or inexpensive, because every time you play in the physical game, you had to pay $15 Canadian to open the packs. Packs were about $5 a piece. $5 a piece Canadian. And so while you could kind of mitigate the cost of drafting by selling the expensive cards to people who play constructed, that hardly recouped the cost, hardly ever. And in order to do that, you also had to draft weird. You had to pick valuable cards over cards that would make you have a better draft run. So like there was that as well. We would even do money drafts, but they were cheap. We would put in like an extra $2 a person so that whoever won the draft would get. Probably the owner of the store shouldn't have allowed it. I think he turned a blind eye. But usually everybody was willing to put in a toonie to see, so instead of a $15 draft, you're playing $17 and you potentially could win, I guess you'd win at the end of the day. I think the winner got $10 and the second place got $5 or something like that. And sometimes the store owner would donate a pack so that the winner also got an extra pack, just for the sake of, keeping games going in the store and stuff. But yeah, comparing that value to this, they're giving you, I'm playing and every day they're like, earn 500 gold. Earning, I always thought back in the day that they used to have events called Friday Night Magic and stuff where you could come and earn a special foil card if you played Friday Night Magic or something. And I was like, okay, that's cool. They have incentives. Why not? Why doesn't Wizards, in order to garner more play, do this? Earning more like this. The cards are worthless to them. They have no value to Wizards. They're worth less than the paper they're worth the paper they're printed on, literally, which has got to be a dime per pack for them. Why didn't they do this to the physical game, making it so that if you showed up on Friday nights to play Friday Night Magic, you earned points and got free packs every night and got I think that they would have garnered a way better culture and a way more active culture, which I think would have snowballed into more profits for them in long term if people knew that by turning up they were going to earn stuff like this, more points and cards and stuff for free. But anyways, I digress. That's just what I always thought they should have done. It's been fun. Thanks for watching, guys. More Magic probably to come this season, but we'll probably take a break from it in a while just to play some other games that we need to finish. And I've been enjoying. We're going to get through some Inscription, but we'll see you then. Bye-bye. And as I said earlier, no show tomorrow. Becky and I are going to go out and enjoy some sunshine and some Christmas market downtown, which should be fun. Taking a day off. Enjoy the backlog. See you later, guys.